you go give them tobacco and say thank you, for giving me that story and the teachings that come along with that story. Because they're giving you that story for a reason. And the teachings that come out of that story are for you. Then in turn, my interpretation of that is that once you are told a story, then you become a keeper of that story. So then it's your responsibility to turn around and pass it on to somebody else. So once you're given a story, a person can become a storyteller. And they can, if they're directed to only tell it at a certain time, certain season, to be respectful of that and follow that tradition. Like if they can only tell a story during the wintertime, then that's when they would only tell that story.
Okay, and is there anything else that you'd like to add today about the importance of storytelling?
Storytelling, we get them. People are going to start getting them through dreams, stories that need to be passed on and revived. They're going to start giving it through dreams and visions or whatever. People are going to start telling them and what they mean. If you don't know what they mean, the one that's giving a story, but through a dream or a vision, put your tobacco and ask. Look at when, search for the reasons why you were given that story, when you can tell that story. Put your tobacco out, make your offerings. So there's old traditional stories, and now there's even some now time stories. As an example, one of the now time stories that I have came from my gift of writing, and it's a story called Sad Evil. And basically his story is about a young brave who had the ability to shapeshift, and that is part of our history as Indian people here on Bois Forte, is that a lot of these people don't know that we do have that ability. We did have that ability at one time as a people to shapeshift. There's a story about a young man that was captured by Sioux warriors, I do believe it was, and they had him staked to the ground, and when they captured him, and he turned himself into a dog, and he was trying to get away, and the Sioux people at that time realized what was going on, so they started to chase that dog, but the individual ended up getting away. And I'm going back to my other point about Sad Evil, is that's a now time story that I'll be sharing later on, and I'm just grateful for that, that my gift of writing, and then being able to see the stories and the meanings and the significance behind them, and the teachings that they brought out in me. The Sad Evil story, for me, we need to, as Indian people, we need to govern our passions, our desires, our own negativities that we have, and even like a simple story of maybe it's 1 page long, has significance. As an example, I have it hanging up by my office or by my desk. It's a story of a native man and a non-native guy gathering crabs on a beach, and Indian guy's crabs keep getting out no, it's the white guy's crabs keep getting out and crawling out out of the bucket, and the white guy notices the Indian crabs stay in the bucket. So the white guy asks the Indian, he says, how come your crabs stay in the bucket while mine get out and crawl out, when I'm gathering other crabs? And the Indian guy says, well, them are Indian crabs. And the Indian kind of laughs, and then goes about his business gathering other crabs. And the white guy kind of gets curious, so he goes over and looks at the Indian in the Indian's bucket, kind of half expecting to see the crabs wearing war paint and feathers. But, he looks at the crabs are exactly the same as his. And he says, excuse me, he says, but your crabs look exactly the same as my crabs. How can your crabs be Indian crabs? And the Indian guy says, well, when one of the crabs try to climb up out of the bucket, all the other crabs reach up and pull the other crab back down. When I heard that story, and that was given to me by an elder, when I heard that, I kind of laughed. And that elder just sat there looking at me, and then I sat there and I started thinking.
You're listening to The Unexplained, a series on the strange occurrences that have been witnessed or have happened on the Bois Forte Reservation. Brought to you by KBFT, 89.9 FM, and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Danielle Paradas is a Net Lake resident. She works the night shift, and periodically she'll step outside to enjoy a cigarette while waiting for the hours to go by. One night, she said she saw what looked like a UFO right in front of her.
Okay, bonjour, this is Danny Paradas. I live on the Lake Vermilion Reservation. Chaz asked me to tell a ghost story. It's not exactly about ghosts, but it is about a UFO sighting. I was working late for the housing department on a Sunday. I think I had a deadline that Monday for something I had to get done. And so the government center is right next to Net Lake, of course, and Spirit Island out there. And anyways, when I do work late, I smoke, so I went outside to go have a cigarette, and up in the sky, it looked like there was a plane coming kind of towards the government center from across the lake. There were lots of clouds, and so when I was coming through the clouds, I'm like, that's a really low-flying plane late at night. It was just weird, so I was just watching it, and then it stopped right almost as soon as it was kind of breaking through more of the clouds, and like very, very close in terms of like how close it was to the ground. Well, anyways, it was just stopped, and it was hovering, and then all of a sudden I could see more of like its structure, and it was more of a triangle shape. I know UFOs are thought to be like saucers, but this one was a triangle, and I just stared at it just like, whoa, and it started moving like, I don't even know how to describe it, like clockwise, not spinning like a saucer, but it was spinning like vertically, like up and down. And as it was spinning around in the sky, it started shooting red beams of light that went through the air pretty fast and would just kind of dissipate in kind of all directions. And I was just staring at this, and I had two boys at home down on Pineview East with a babysitter. I called the babysitter to make sure I was not going crazy, that there was something. When she answered, I said, hey, can you look towards Net Lake? Tell me what you see. Is there anything in the sky? And she goes, oh my God, what is that? And I said I didn't know. And we both kind of just stayed on the phone together, talking about what it could have been. We're like, UFO. After the phone call, I was done with my cigarette. I put the cigarette out. I head back in to get my work done. It was still there. I come back out about an hour later. It is still in the sky. I drive home, get inside. My babysitter goes home. We stare at it, and never quite figured out what exactly it was other than a UFO. I started Googling like spinning, flying objects or whatever. But I never really found anything exactly like what I had seen. All right, that is my spooky ghost / pseudoscience Halloween story.
The Unexplained is brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
Welcome to Boys Fort 90. Boys Fort history in 90 seconds. The Minnesota Chippewa tribe flag was created in 1934 because of the Reorganization Act. All 7 tribes in Minnesota utilized this flag. When the different tribes became established, it was necessary for each to have a flag of their own. The director of the Boys Fort Reservation at the time, Fred McDougall, set up a community contest to design a seal for the band. Unfortunately, no one participated, and McDougall went on to create it himself, recognizing the great importance to represent the tribe for years to come. In the middle of the flag lies the Boys Fort seal. There's a circle. In the circle, there are 4 directions, making 4 quadrants. In the upper left quarter, there are trees, representing what the name Boys Fort means: strong woods. The lower left quarter is brown, which represents the Mother Earth. In the upper right quadrant represents our sacred Spirit Island on Net Lake. In the lower right quadrant is blue, and has waves representing the lakes of Bois Forte. In the top half of the seal you can see 2 spirit ducks flying in the sky. That is to represent the most common wildlife found in Net Lake. Directly in the middle there's a huge green rice stalk, and that is what Net Lake is known for, its wild rice. Beyond the stalk of rice is an orange sun in a rising or setting position. McDougall tried to include everything that represented the Anishinaabe people and the land of the reservation. The Bois Forte Band officially adopted the seal and the flag in a council meeting in the 1970s. The seal and the flag is still utilized today and proudly represents the Bois Forte Band of Chippewa. Bois Forte 90 is produced by KBFT Radio and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
Welcome to Historical Window, a program that lets you experience the past and treasure the history of the Bois Forte Band of Ojibwe through the voices and experiences of our elders.
My name is Luann Drift. Just recently, I'm a widow, 2 kids left, and 4 grandchildren.
We'll start at the top one. What do you remember about the Cuban Missile Crisis?
I don't know if that's with the JFK assassination. I remember them saying something. I thought it was Russia we were going to go to war with. I remember the president wouldn't back down. JFK said, we'll go to war or whatever, and I was pretty scared. I don't know if that was the Cuban Missile Crisis or with Russia or...
Yeah, I remember Russia was part of it, but about the same thing. So everybody was scared?
Mm-hmm. I was anyway.
What do you remember about the Beatles arriving?
I watched them on Ed Sullivan show.
Uh-huh.
I waited all day for them and got to watch them that evening and liked them a lot. My grandpa Louis Drift always said, is that only kind of music you like that says, yeah, yeah, yeah?
It's good. So people bopping around to the Beatles then?
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever get to see them?
Nope.
No?
No, I never.
What do you remember about the JFK assassination?
I was in grade school right here, up here, and I cried.
A lot of students, and
Mm-hmm.
how was the community? How did it affect the community?
A lot of them were, my grandpa and grandma seemed like they were mad, and that was the best president we ever had, they said, and I never really got to, it was about the first time I knew about president, and here he got killed right away, and I thought he was good too, and he wouldn't back down from whoever it was. I didn't know, and...
Pretty hard time, huh?
Mm-hmm. That's the first one I cried about. Next one I cried about was Elvis.
What do you remember about the atomic bombs?
Not too much, just that I thought, well, bomb us and that'll be the end.
What, television? Did you grow up with television, or was it something new?
I watched Ed Sullivan show on it. I always remember Mr. Wurrenham, I think, had the first television. I got to watch the Beatles on there that time.
Yeah, they made a good impression on you, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Singing just yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Were there any other artists that you remember?
Oh yeah, I like music.
What about the day the music died? Big Bopper and Buddy Holly?
Mm-hmm. I like Buddy Holly.
So the day that they had
I
the
can't
plane
remember
crash?
when they died, no, but sure missed them. I still like Buddy Holly's music a lot.
Okay. What do you remember about the start of the Vietnam War?
Not too much.
How did it seem to affect the community in general?
I didn't like it when they got spit on when they got back. And I was trying to be a protester for them back then.
For them, what do you
For
mean?
the Vietnam vets, ones that were in a war. I didn't like that war. I didn't know what it was about or nothing, and I just thought they were over there for nothing.
Huh? You remember about the moon landing?
Not too much. I mean, I watched them on TV. It seeing them in slow motion like that and making their marks. I'm not sure if they were there yet.
Yeah.
The way it looked to me, you know, back then, and I believe they went to there now, but back then I didn't kind of believe it.
But Wounded Knee Uprising. Remember much about that?
Yeah, I used to watch it all the time and hear about it, and I went over there later. Way later. The church was still standing, and I went. It was burnt down, but I went where the church was and dug around. And I found a bunch of old money, burnt money. I don't know where it is to this day. I left it in Minneapolis, and where we lived, and
So what made you go over there?
went over there to get my ma. I had $2,000 saved, and she was stuck over there. So I used up my savings and got her.
Does any historical event, does that stick out in your mind on the reservation or in your life? What sticks out in your mind? Okay. Well, that's pretty much all that we kind of wanted to cover, unless there's something else that you feel you want to share.
I still wish we had more street lights.
Okay. We get more street lights, we'll bring that up. Right? Okay, all right. Well, thanks a lot for coming in.
Historical Window is a production of KBFT and the Net Lake Radio Project. This program is made possible by the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund and the citizens of Minnesota.
Welcome to Powwow the Songs, a look into powwow gatherings in Minnesota, their historical and traditional significance, and the integral role of the drums, the singers, and their songs. And here's your host, Terry Goodsky.
Anin, this is Terry Goodsky. I'm sitting here in Net Lake, Minnesota. I'm sitting here with one of our elders, Kenneth Boney. Kenneth, could you tell me a little bit about yourself?
I was born and raised here on a reservation, Net Lake, raised here. I went to school here up through 6th grade and then went to Orr School after. Most of the time I knew a lot of older elders when I was when I was growing up, and my mom would take me to them ceremonies because I guess before they never allowed anybody to any smaller ones to go to them, but I guess they knew that that I had something, they allowed me to come to them ceremonies and listen when I was young, and that way I got to know quite a few of the older medicine men here, and I knew, and as they talked, I listened, and a lot I learned by observing and listening, and then that really helped me, I guess, in later life. Right now I'm a spiritual leader up here in Net Lake, and a lot of those visions and dreams I had about started to appear, and I had these things in dreams, and this is interpreted, and they told me what to do. Gradually, I got to get the pipe, and this is my grandfather's pipe I have right now. I gradually got to get all my dreams singing, and little by little they told me that I would be helping people. I'm a native healer now, and I do other ceremonies through blessings and other things for people around here and other places, Tower, and people out in the cities have come to see me about this, and if they wanted to be healed or to bless their belongings, feathers, dresses, or dancing dresses and all that. And I have been doing this here now. And I'm a Meday man now too also. I put out we have a Meday lot set up in Tower, and I'm Bill Blackwell is the one that helped us to get this up long ago, get it back going again. And we succeeded in doing that. He had a dream about me. He said that I was supposed to help him, and that came true. And I said, yes, I would do to help him succeed. And my knowledge of the Meday, we got together and we, through a lot of research, we got to know a lot about how it was done up here long ago, plus what I seen during my younger years. I used to attend these ceremonies, and I had my Meday right up in here, and up here in that lake, and my Meday ceremonies up here. So I help out on that now, and Bill he's the head priest on that. You can call it priest, and I am number 2, and then we have 3 helpers from the reservation here, and that we can initiate people and into the Meday. So we do that. We did a few last summer, this last summer here, and the year before, and then so we're on our 4th year. We put now one year there was quite a few here. That was a couple of years ago. There was about 12 people that went through from 1st to 4th degree, and so we did that, and that's basically what I do. Also, I am able to conduct funerals for people that need someone to do this. So basically, that's what I do now, and it has really strengthened me, to help people. And well, I guess that's about my part. I mean,
Could you tell me a little bit about the drum, about how it came to Net Lake and how it kind of changed the history of Net Lake? I know we had the water drum, but the big drum, the traditional drum,
the water drum come from across up in the East Coast. It was brought here little by little by animals, that carried these things that Meday bringing it up here, that Meday water drum, and it was up through Canada, part of Canada there, and through St. Marie that way, and through Michigan that way, and through, I guess it stayed for a while there, before they started coming up again this way, and they followed these rivers up this way, through Duluth, St. Louis River, and all that way, Lake Superior, St. Louis River, and these rivers that connect here through that Pelican River up here, and that other one that hits Vermilion River, and all the rivers they followed, they built that religion up here, all the way up to that lake. They had two different portages. One was between someplace up on towards the range there, after that St. Louis River, where they had the portage about 4 miles, I guess, 4 miles before they hit that other. And then up here, when they got up here by, see that bike that way, that Vermilion River there, it hits that Pelican River hits there, and they travel down this way, right through over here by Glendale and there, and into Pelican. And from there, they had the portage over here by the landing road there, that up here. And they had the portage to hit this Portage Creek up here. That's right over here by around the Shooty area there, down that way. Then I think that was about 3 miles. And then Portage River hits Lost River, and from there they went to Lost River, and right into that lake. There was about all the way from that distance. That's the water drum and knowledge of Medhaven.
Okay.
That was about from way back from the East Coast, and so that's the history of that water drum and stuff that was brought up here. And this other drum here, long ago, I remember how they used to, what kind of, what's that now?
The big drum.
The big drum, oh yeah. It was brought up here. They were, through dreams and visions, these old men up here, spiritual leaders and medicine men that were up here, they were taught how to make this drum and what kind of hide to use and all that. They had that. They were instructed by spirits on how to make this drum, I was told, and from there it was blessed. It was blessed by the spirits. They had a big ceremony up here, and all the people were there to watch us, and then they started pounding it, and from there on they were told that to take care of it and respect it, and it would help the community and the whole reservation here in Tower. And from what I was told long ago, and then they had one person keep this drum. It's got to stay here. They said you can't take it out. That first drum they had up here. From there, I don't really know how many drums they had up here after that, really. If they changed to a different drum, I really don't know. But they were told that this one old medicine man was told to instruct it to keep that drum and to keep it there, and it would stay sacred in this reservation. And from there, they had their ceremony, then they started pounding it, and that way they were, and from there they were given different types of songs. I really don't know those songs because it's been so long. I don't remember when they were singing them because that was many years ago, and that was. But they sang their songs, and they showed them what song to sing and for each, and they had that was their drum then. After that, I noticed other people started having making drums too around here, and they were given the same instructions, I suppose, how to do it and keep it, and like this guy here, he had a drum,
Okay.
and his nephew is. I guess he still got it yet,
Yeah, because
but he don't know what to do with it, and he's not of the Indian religion either, so it should have been given to someone that has a knowledge of the Indian way, I really don't know if any of his relatives are either, any of them follow the Indian way or not, So anyway, that was supposed to have been done when he died, and but I guess it's still got it. It's just right there, and it don't help him, and I really don't know it should be out used, at the ceremonies like these powwows up here. He should use it, but he doesn't do that. Take it up there, and so he really don't know what to do, really, I guess. And so it's just kind of in limbo, like,
yeah.
And that's all I know about that. But the rest of them drums that I know, does Dean have a drum?
No, his wife does, Gagi Gay Quick.
Oh.
Yeah, that's Boys for Traditional.
Yeah.
Then you got Boys for Traditional, then you got Drift Traditional, Strong Traditional.
Oh, Shane.
Yeah.
Shane, yeah, that's right.
Somebody said at one time there was a day traditional drum group, or a drum.
Yeah, I heard of that too. I really don't know what ever become of that, though. Seemed like, just kind of, if I could just, I did hear that long ago that they had a drum too somewhere, but, I guess it kind of dissolved away like this one here. It's just, they quit.
Bringing it out?
Yeah, bringing it out, and I don't know what they did with it,
Okay.
They might have give it to some museum and stuff, or something. Because I went up to Ottawa one time with some people from here, Bill Latity and Phyllis Bourget, and I saw a lot of stuff up there from the reservation here. There was even a canoe, birch bark canoe there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that thing still looked new, like, I was looking at it, I wonder how they got this, And then there was midday stuff. I was instructed to, I told him, I said, these things belong back in that lake where they belong, And I talked to that curator over there. I told him, well, she said, point them out, and we'll try to send them back. So with Phyllis had some knowledge there on there too. So anyway, I pointed out a lot of things that should have been back here, up here. I told him. So we'll try and do that for you. A lot of midday things that, there's some that really don't. But these ones are the ones with power, the ones I pointed out to medicine, like. And then there's, I told him that there's power in there yet, spiritual power. And they wrote it down and labeled it and all that. So I guess some did come back up here according to Bill, they sent some back up here to Pier and Tower. So I really don't know how much they sent back, but I did manage to identify some of them, that had that. So really, I was told that old Indian agent here long ago, he was the one that that must have either sold them or,
Stole them.
yeah,
Okay.
and to that place up there because that was theirs, now. And there's nothing you can do about that. That old Indian agent, even forget his name now, 1900 to 1904, I guess, somewhere on there. He was the one. And then it came to me because long ago I was told that there was an old Indian agent up here trying to disrupt, that Indian religion or something, Well, he succeeded, in a lot of it. A lot of that stuff was shipped over at midday because there was one water drum up there too, and I seen, and a smaller drum, hand drum, and some stuff like that from some medicine man, I guess, that he got. I was told this guy, just kind of probably gave him some, whiskey or something. That's just about all, and that's how he got them to talk about it and give him, and they must have gave him that, So that was kind of, and after that midday up here was strong, then I was told, and I believe it too because I seen part of it. And it was strong right up here. They had over here on that field over here, by where old Benny Bonus used to live there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where they had one where they had midday there, and then. There was another place too right there on they had. And anyway, they started to lose that power because those drums and stuff were out, and this kind of disappeared around here that midday because of I guess some spirits, They knew about this, so and they're just going to lose it, and they did. It disappeared here for a long time until now. It's starting to come back up there. Only through me and Bill, we helped to bring it back up here, and now it's we are able to do that once again, and people, if they want to go through the midday first degree to the fourth or above. So that's my knowledge of how that midday disappeared from 1950. After that, it was gone. I think that's about the last time I knew it up here. That was when they had it up here. It disappeared up until now, 4 years ago.
Could you tell me a little bit about the meaning behind if you know the pipe song?
The pipe song?
Yeah.
From my knowledge, long ago, they had a certain, I know they had 4 pipes, for each one, solid. I know here, and these guys would smoke their pipes here, and they'd say which direction, they were from. Like there is
north and south.
Yeah, north, south, they say. Wabanum, Gabianum. And they'd all say that, and then they'd smoke their pipes, and then and one of them would speak and explain. I don't know but he was referring to, I guess, as the power of this drum, and how they were having their blessing of the drum and before it was used, and that's what they did, Then they let them go after that, They could start pounding it, They could start singing this. Then it was okay to use it. And that's when I found out, long ago. That's how they used to do it. And that's why they call it, pipe.
Well, Kenneth, I'd like to thank you for your time and your knowledge and kind of sharing it with us. And thank you. Miigwech.
You're welcome.
Power of the Songs is produced by KBFT, Boys Fort Tribal Community Radio, with support from the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Online at kbft.
This is a special segment about Native American film and media for KBFT Radio on the Boys Fort Reservation. Sit back and enjoy the listen. This is a conversation with Kathy Blackbrewer and Bob Trench, two of the filmmakers who made Dodging Bullets, a documentary about historical trauma in Indian country. Bob explains how the film's storytelling unfolded over the course of 4 years.
And since we had a long window of 4 years to do a film, we were able to plan and find out who was speaking at different events and to film them at events so that they're talking to audiences and there can be questions and answers or audience reactions. A good example is Keith Ellison talks about treaty rights at the mascot protest down at the University of Minnesota. He's got a crowd of about 500 people in front of him. You see the reactions on the crowd and you see the realism that's actually going on. So we were able to plan that out.
The film is broken into different segments highlighting treaty rights and members of the Native American community in Minneapolis and St. Paul.
Well, Doreen Day briefly we filmed her singing down at the Dakota nightclub. And she's singing the morning song, so it was just a wonderful opportunity because music is very important to community. Music is very important to people, so we brought in a lot of live music that we filmed. The treaty rights section came off very wonderful. We were able to go up and film at Cheap Hole in the Day Lake, and we were able to film Leonard Thompson discussing past histories, how kids are suffering from trauma today, and what we're trying to do to overcome that, to get our rights back, to get our land back, to be able to hunt, fish, and gather on the lands.
Kathy invited Bob and his crew to the Blackfeet Reservation in Montana to meet a woman who endured a lot of trauma at a young age. She was in treatment for her drug use when another tragedy struck.
When Bob and his film crew came to Montana, it got very personal in the sense that we interviewed a young girl, and she was had just finished 8th grade. And because of the different things she had go on in her life, she was willing to sit down with us and talk to us about what was happening. And she was sitting in her home where her brother had been shot and killed. The bullet holes were still in the walls. Grandma, who is raising her, was in the kitchen listening to the conversation, but did not want to be part of it because we asked her. And she began to talk about what had gone on in her life and the trauma and the reason there was trauma in her life. And it really speaks to the historical trauma and the generational ways in which people try to handle it, and oftentimes in not healthy ways. And so it became very personal, and I think it touched Bob and his film crew deeply. Bob has still stayed in contact with this young woman to see how she was doing.
The film strikes a delicate balance between portraying some of the hardships people face in Indian country with the determination and pride people also have about their community.
For me, they were so sensitive to the fact that they were not Native people and that they were on Native people land and that they were talking to Native people. They were so gracious and so willing to learn with what was going on around them. They were very welcomed in the community, because you could tell, and Indian folks say that they can smell somebody that is just trying to jump on. That's not sincere, that's not genuine. But they knew that Bob and his crew were very genuine, and that would show Native people in a very positive light.
Mm-hmm. But one thing I learned from the very beginning was that if you do go into Indian country to work on a film, you don't do it without the help of Indian country, and you don't do it without people from Indian country working with you. And that was one of the very first missions that we started off with, is instead of being a non-native director, going onto reservations and doing a hit and run of filming, lines at liquor stores at 8 in the morning, we were not going to do that. Yeah. We wanted to go in and find out the truth, but not make it a poverty porn film. We don't want to show boarded up houses. We wanted to show how people were actually living and show the negatives that are going on that are caused by trauma, but also the positives that are going on, because there's a lot of good things happening in Indian country. And so many non-natives believe, oh, those Indians, they got their casino money grubbers, or they're just the poor people on the side of the street begging for money. And those are the stories you hear about, but you don't hear the real truth, which is the 99% of the other people living in Indian country and doing well and living a good way of life.
Bob not only showed Browning and the heart of the Blackfeet Reservation, but he also showed the beautiful country that surrounds us, because he said it well, and it's so symbolic that, of course, we have heartbreak when we see some of the bad things represented on the street. But if you look around and you get to know people, you see the beauty.
Thanks for tuning in to our special series about Native American film. This story was brought to you by the Nett Lake Radio Project and the Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund of Minnesota.
Welcome to Historical Window, a program that lets you experience the past and treasure the history of the Boys Fort Band of Ojibwe through the voices and experiences of our elders.
Lorraine Villebrun. I've lived most of my life on the reservation. I moved off twice, but came back. And worked here all my life. I worked first for the Operation Mainstream program, then secretary for the RTC, and then I worked 5 years for the community commode building. See, I forgot to mention that commode's coming in here too, helping people. And then at the school for 26 years. So I worked most of my life here. And the Beatles came in with a blast, and kids are always all talking about them and watching them on Bandstand and TV, different programs on TV. I remember some of the channels that my parents used to watch now.
What was it about the Beatles? Was it the sound or their...
I liked their music and the rhythm of their music, because it was good to dance to.
Did you guys follow their haircuts? Or?
Some of them did, but not too many.
It's more about the sound and...
More or less, yeah. They liked the music and the sound. Anything that was good to dance to, that's what they played a lot.
So you watched them on Bandstand. The dances you had mentioned before, was that the kind of music that they would play at the dances?
Yep, that and waltzes. Mostly fast dances. They liked those twist dances. And they danced almost every dance at them teenage dances. Those were fun.
The JFK assassination.
JFK really hit a lot of people hard because everybody liked him, and then when that happened, it was a shock, because, who would do such a thing to a president? And my mom always said it had to be somebody crazy to do something like that. There was a lot we didn't know about the people off the res, though. We had to kind of guess what was going on.
Kind of sheltered here.
Yeah, very sheltered, which was nice. Because when, kids could walk around the village back and forth, play here and there, and never had to worry about somebody stealing them or grabbing them and hauling them away. Because every time a strange car came into town, the officer that was here would go and stop them and ask them what they wanted. And this was the end of the road, so they might as well go back where they came from. And so our kids were, the whole village was like a big family. Everybody watched each other's kids when they were out and about. It was kind of nice.
What do you remember about the atomic bomb?
Yeah, I remember them talking about that a lot. Because my dad said they had bombs of some kind in where he was at in some other country. He was serving his service when he was in the, I think he was in the army. And he was telling us kids about those bombs and how scary they are. And that's what I was telling you about, all those planes flying over the village around that time. And we thought we were going to get bombed. That was scary.
Like the world shook?
Yeah, it's like the whole earth just quivered. So they had to be big planes to cause that vibration feel. But that was the one and only time we ever seen them. There was 2 or 3 maybe here and there, but not like that.
First time television.
That was kind of exciting. We went from that old battery-operated radio to a TV. So our poor old radio just got pushed aside. But it was fun when we had it. It was fascinating to see people doing stuff, and we could see them. Like the different channels my mom and them used to watch, or programs, was that fights, boxing matches, and the different music shows. They used to watch Lawrence Welk when he was on TV. Lawrence Welk, and there was another we used to watch. The kids used to watch Bandstand, Sesame Street. There was 2 or 3 of them, but we watched that one where they were teaching us letters and numbers. They were even teaching kind of basic math and subtraction. It was kind of interesting. We were all pretty good in math when we got to school.
Rock and roll.
Rock and roll was just about as good as the Beatles and stuff coming on. I think Elvis Presley's the one that got that going, and we all liked his music. So there was a lot of Elvis Presley songs played at our dances and stuff, along with the Beatles. Yeah, there was a big reaction. The people tried to get him off TV. They said that wasn't appropriate dancing for children. But we didn't dance like him. We did our own dance, but we liked his music. None of them jiggled their legs and all that kind of stuff the way he did, but we all liked his music. So we did our own dance.
Well, okay, with rock and roll, the day the music died, Big Bopper and Buddy Holly.
Oh yeah, that was, everyone was really felt bad about that. They were shocked at how quick they left us. But Buddy Holly, he was another good rock and roll singer.
With his big glasses.
Yeah, big thick glasses. But he was famous for his singing and his glasses.
Started the Vietnam War.
Yeah, I remember all the talk and the fear of that. And that's just when my brother Chan went in, and we didn't want him to go. But he had gone in before it started. And then as soon as he got done with his boot camp and got ready to go in with his group somewhere, they sent him to Vietnam. And we were really worried about him there. Thank God he did come home, but he really told us some horror stories too about those people, just like my dad did about the Jews. And he told some horror stories about being. It wasn't like that all the time, but you never knew when they were going to strike.
The Manson murders.
Yeah, those were totally unbelievable. Most of the people here couldn't imagine somebody doing that to somebody else. And then come on the TV, act like they didn't do nothing. But there was a lot of talk about that. Then I always thought to myself, I was glad I lived on a reservation. We don't have to worry about people doing that kind of stuff.
1969.
1969 was a good year, I think. I remember. I think that's when I first started working. And that's where they were doing a lot of, what would you say, revamping the whole village. And they were building houses at that time. Because Tiny was working on that working on a housing program, Namakin, I think they called it.
Okay.
And that they were here for a couple of years and got those houses all built.
Wounded Knee Uprising.
I thought it was a shame that they were on them people's reservations, bothering them. Like they took enough away from the Indians as it was. Why don't you leave them alone and let them live their lives? People started wondering if they were going to start bothering us again too, because we were dark-skinned.
Talked about before, having a big impact on the village. You had mentioned bringing electricity in.
Oh, yeah. And it was really nice because before they had electricity, we had no light. It was just, at night, it was black, dark, unless there was a full moon. And then that's only, once or twice a month when it's big enough to shine. So when they did get electricity, the more the people that got it, the brighter the village looked, because each time somebody got electricity, they had a yard light. And I think that was one of the biggest things. We still had people coming and people wanting to see the reservation. And they'd come to the Net Lake, and us kids would be walking on a road. And they'd say, "Where are all the Indians?" We'd look at them. "What's an Indian?"
Historical Window is a production of KBFT and the Net Lake Radio Project. This program is made possible by the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund and the Citizens.
You're listening to Native Art Festival, a series produced by KBFT Radio and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
My name is Nate. I'm painting, and that's what we call Paint with Nate, right?
Nate Lueckers tells KBFT how he got started as an artist.
What got me into painting? Man, I think actually Mickey Mouse did, Disney World. Watching the Disney cartoons, and I started drawing a lot, and then painting. I just got that love for color. So.
Nate tells us how all of his Paint with Nate classes are a little bit different.
A lot of classes I do are usually more adults, for one. I do a lot of kids classes, and they're usually outside. I guess I'd be like one of the bigger things that they're outside. It was rainy today, so we couldn't do that. They're all different. I'm trying to think of all the classes are all different. There's differences in everyone.
While Nate Lueckers taught basic painting skills at Paint with Nate, he also talked about other things that are important to him and his art.
Technically, it's more about blending. It's about a lot of blending. But what I like to talk about a little bit more is about trees. I like to talk about trees and how lucky we are that we have so many trees around here. A lot of people take them for granted that we don't. That you forget that people come here to see how beautiful this area is, and we live in it. How awesome is that?
Nate's joyful style of teaching catered to everybody in attendance, adults and children alike.
What this brush is called?
A big brush.
It's a big brush, yes it is. Ding, 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 ding. Big brush. What else?
Big brush. Big brush.
Big brush.
Big brush.
Flat brush.
Flat.
For being artists, they don't have very creative names for things, do they? They call it a flat brush.
Do the black.
That's all they call it, flat brush. So you got a flat brush, a big brush. You don't need to scoop up all of our paint like it's porridge or it's, like your Rice Krispies in the morning. You don't need to scoop. What else can I tell you?
What did they paint at Paint with Nate? Well, this attendee, named Rose, describes how the painting looks.
A sunset with a pretty pink, purple, blue background, and pine trees leaning in, like you're looking at a sunset.
Nate Loeckers not only taught basic painting skills at Paint with Nate, but he also taught the importance of having a good time while you paint.
Technically, they learn about blending. Like I said, they learn about blending. They learn what colors don't mix well with others, like the warms and the cools. A lot of times, they don't want to mix. You don't want to put the pinks in there with the blues, because then you'll get browns. We don't want brown in our sky. You learn how to handle a brush properly, how to not have it get out of control, have the brush strokes nice and thin, how to get thinner lines out of them. What else? Yeah, how to have fun. How to not get paint on your neighbor. Don't drink the paint water kind of deal.
Rose tells us her favorite lesson in Paint with Nate.
Don't drink the paint water. I find that hilarious. If you do, you'll grow a beard. Or a colorful mohawk.
Nate also teaches outside his Paint with Nate classes. He brings his love for art into everyday conversations. He reminds the people around him that art isn't limited to just painting.
No matter what you do, love what you do. Make anything that you do an art form. Whether it be you're talking. I was talking to a guy out there. He says he's a butcher. I was like, that's an art form right there. Whatever you do is an art form. Just take pride in it.
Nate Loeckers leaves us some final advice from Paint with Nate.
I think I've said this before, but it's very important, is don't be so hard on yourself. You know, I mean, you are going to make mistakes or happy accidents, but don't be so hard on yourself. Just have fun, enjoy the moment, enjoy it, just do it. Don't think about what it's going to turn out like as much as the process of doing it, and that you are able to be on this earth and be able to paint.
Thank you for listening to Native Art Festival, brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
You are listening to KBFT, Minnesota Artist Profiles, a series featuring artists and musicians of Minnesota, brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Mary Villard is a self-taught visual artist from Duluth, Minnesota, who works in a variety of artistic mediums, including painting, illustrations, portraits, and murals. She's also a community organizer, curator, and an arts educator.
Bonjour, my name is Mary Villiard. I'm a visual artist based in Duluth, Minnesota. Originally from the Fond du Lac Reservation. I'm a direct descendant on my dad's side from there. And then my mom is enrolled in a Delaware Lenape tribe in Canada. So I've got direct descendant status there as well, but I don't know as much about that history or that side of my family. Yeah, and I do, like I said, visual artwork. I've kind of traversed a lot of different mediums since I started working professionally as an artist. My background, I think, at its core is originally painting, so doing acrylic painting and a little bit of oil painting. I'm really drawn to surreal, sort of dreamlike imagery, and also a little bit, I guess, into the woodland style of work. I think that's definitely been an influence, even if it's not as obvious in my work. And then I also do portraits. And I guess in more recent time, I've been trying to merge those two styles together in a way that's cohesive and explores a lot of just, I use my personal painting practice just to explore inner turmoil and inner joy and just the different thoughts that I have, which is a very vague way of putting my artwork, but yeah. And then I also do, I guess more recently I've gotten into doing murals and public art, community engaged artwork where lots of different people in the public are helping me create a piece. And then most recently I got into animation with Jonathan Thunder as kind of a mentor on that. that end of things. So I'm excited to kind of move from my sort of, what they would call traditional art, painting and fine art and things like that, moving from still images to moving images and keeping my style and also seeing how it changes in that way. I think like a common thread in my artwork, because I've really worked across all different mediums. I think the thing that ties all of the work I've done together is my use of color. I really love oranges and purples. I really love vibrancy and stuff that I think is in contrast to some of the more neutral shades and tones in our cities specifically, but also a little bit in the landscape.
How long have you been creating your art?
I think I had my start as an artist around the time I moved to Duluth, kind of in my late teens. I had my first art show at the American Indian Center, the American Indian Community Housing Organization, back when they had first opened their doors in the Gamaji building. And I always tell the story of we were all very new to the world of galleries and exhibitions. ACO, as their acronym is, they essentially connected with me as this young artist who'd never done a show, and I did a duo show, I guess, a show with Rocky Makes Room for Them, who's a Lakota artist who was working at ACO at the time. And, he asked me if I had enough art for a show, and I was like, totally, yeah. And I was super excited to do a show in the big city of Duluth, Minnesota, having grown up in little old Cloquet. And so I dropped off all of my artwork, 50 plus just random loose sketches and paintings that I've been working on. And I dropped them off at ACO a couple days before the actual show opening. And in my head, I figured, galleries have money. They just frame things and make things look nice for you and do the entire show for you, and you just show up. And so that's not how it works, long story short. But ACO was kind enough to frame all of those pieces of work. And from there, that was my first body of ready-to-hang artwork that I was able to bring to a bunch of other exhibitions. And that's kind of how I got my start. And that was back in 2012, or maybe 2013, somewhere around there. And I ended up going back and working for ACO after graduating college. And around that time, I'd made a goal that I was going to do something artistic basically every month for the rest of my life. And I kept on it. I got into probably over 150 shows after that, kind of a mix of both group and solo shows. I've done curation, and also, the deviations into public art and workshops and stuff like that. So it's been almost 10 years of being a professional, quote-unquote, artist.
Have you received any awards?
I had a big year for awards, I think, in 2019. I got a couple different community awards just for, I think, the combination of my art branching into, I guess, social justice work. I got a NAACP Take a Stand for the Revolution Award and the 20 Under 40 for the Duluth News Tribune, and just a bunch of other stuff. So it was really cool being recognized that year. And that was the year I was really just starting to get into public art. With my public art, I like to do land acknowledgement stuff. I like to look at what's missing in the community and bringing it to light. And obviously in a lot of places there's not really authentic artwork that incorporates Indigenous perspectives or stories, even though that's, the larger history of all the places that we live in right now, including Duluth. And so my work as kind of an activist and artist has been to kind of open up spaces for other Native artists to just make work and be visible and hopefully create work that's going to be leave a positive impression for future generations. I really like collaborating in my work, so some of the artists I've worked with kind of frequently or as of late for murals are Michelle Defoe, who's a Red Cliff artist, and she's helping me with the Chief Buffalo project that we're trying to get finished this summer in Duluth. And then Also Carla Hamilton. She's a painter, kind of an abstract painter who's been assisting me in a lot of murals.
What is the greatest thing about being an artist?
That work I get to do with the youth, I think. There was a moment I got to do a large-scale projected animation for Illuminate the Lock down in the Twin Cities, and that was with help from All My Relations and Northern Lights and a lot of other sponsors. And in that piece, I was kind of tasked with creating a moving animation that would be projected on like this 400-foot surface, of a wall right by the river. And that was a really cool collaborative opportunity. I recorded an elder, Millie Richard, and asked her to address some of the issues around murdered and missing Indigenous women, and to just like speak to the issue. And also I reached out to Liz Jackala and gave her kind of the same prompt, thinking about these women and also this issue, and also just the resilience of women in our community, like what kind of messaging would she want to put out there. And I combined those two pieces and then did animations sort of around what each of them shared. And that was super rewarding. I think anything collaborative is also, is really rewarding. But then there was a moment where during the projection that was on this huge surface, I'd had little mini projections that were going to be like 10 foot by 10 foot pieces, and just seeing little kids engaging with the artwork. There was a little kid who was trying to chase this like animation of a loon that I had drawn in the mini projection, and he just kept trying to catch the loon on the wall, and I just thought it was so cool watching a kid just be immersed in the artwork and to be playing with this character that kind of came out of my head, and also out of inspiration in life. So that's been rewarding, and I think everything's rewarding. I also think that I've always thought about like maybe a career in politics or something a little bit more official for my life. But then, I stepped back and I realized that like being an artist allows me to do things like influence policy and, reach the masses, and educate people on different issues and engage with the community and make change in all these different ways. And I can just do that as an artist without the hassle of like, looking a certain way or talking a certain way. I can just be holy and, not holy, but like, holy with a W, myself. And I don't have to worry about how I talk. I can just talk and ramble like this interview. And that's just part of it. And so I think that's been the most rewarding piece, is just realizing that I can do what a lot of other people are doing in their roles and do it through art.
What influences your art?
Growing up, I saw a lot of Karen Savage Blues artwork around the clinic, and I think her kind of like dreamy, surreal style early on was pretty influential for me. And then, more notable artists I'm influenced by are like Salvador Dali, of course. It's kind of like the king of the surrealists. Jonathan Thunder was also an influence growing up. So it was always really interesting to me as a kid. And I didn't really notice it until later, but it was interesting to me that so many Native artists also were kind of in that vein of doing surrealism and doing surreal artwork. And I always thought that was really cool.
Do you have encouraging words for future artists?
For anybody interested in getting into art or music or any kind of creativity, I feel like, I guess I'll offer the reminder that art is kind of like, it is a safe space. It's a space, and I think there's so much that I teach in workshops sometimes with kids and sometimes adults about how like, through art you can become really aware of your coping mechanisms or your style of dealing with stress, because sometimes the creative process, especially if you're an adult, can be really frustrating and stuff won't look like you want it to look all the time, especially if you haven't practiced very much. And I just like to remind people that like it's okay to be in your body in those moments, and to remind yourself that that's a safe space to experience this other side of yourself. And the cool thing about it is there's no consequence if you mess up a painting. You know, there's not really a consequence to, you know, I don't know, putting too much paint on a piece. Like there's always a way to rework things and make them into new artwork or into different artwork than you initially envisioned. So I guess I always encourage people to embrace the frustration that sometimes might come with art at first, because it ultimately it usually turns out.
Where can we find more information on you?
I guess if you wanted to find more information on me, I have a really weird name. It's spelled M-O-I-R-A, but none of the vowels are pronounced. So again, I'm Miri Villiard. You can find more of my stuff on art@moira.com. And then also on Facebook, you can find me posted on my personal page. And I have an actual Facebook page too for my artwork, but it's not as active. And you can also just Google me if the name thing is confusing.
Thank you for listening to Minnesota Artist Profiles, brought to you by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Welcome to KBFT's live community powwow broadcast, a live broadcast series piece that took place during the Net Lake and Lake Vermilion powwows in 2021.
What's your name?
Then Galbine, Slee Whitefield from Obashin, Panema, yeah, Panema, Minnesota. I was writing that on eBay. Always got a shit on my mind and up to one, getting made me Baba taught me going. Never much time getting. It's to get on getting. One hand, marching me on getting. Kanamaga with a benotic in it, you know what the Guaca should name me or gaining. Guaca should name me on gaining. They have been putting in the way around, name me on Gucci. What Nigarama Punny, Niway Shoyan and Punny. And mother, the winter mouth, he goes squat tie, Nimek, the Basangita, Nimek, Guaca should name me. Maybe take a week down gaining. Your mama, the shit on her absolute chicken, the shit on my mind, me also. Your mother, Majestan on Nimian Gaining. About 50 years now I've been dancing, and when my dad was a champion grass dancer, and that's my mom made my first outfit, and I was about 21 years old, and so I started dancing. My mom said, "You better get out there and honor your dad." So that's what I did. I started honoring my dad, and then become a champion grass dancer over 45 years, and still winning the young kids out. I'm 72 years old and still grass dancing, and I'll continue on until I'm disabled to grass dance. So I suggest you kids, don't give it up, don't smoke, don't do drugs. You'll never get anywhere by doing drugs. You stick to your traditional way of a grass dancer, traditional, whatever you dance. Just keep to it. You'll live longer, like me. I'm 72 years old, still dancing.
Rob, the Res reporter, Fairbanks.
Oh, thank you. It's just good to be here. All the way over here in beautiful Lake Vermilion. Oh, it's really nice. I quite didn't get the directions here, say GPS wise. I got what you call the old traditional directions, Where are you going? Who there? So it's just good to be over here. Find a powwow ground. You smell buckskin, you're in the right area. I definitely smell the buckskin. The buckskin is strong. I remember as a kid going to powwows and setting up camp, and I remember in the morning you'd smell the campfires, or somebody had some eggs frying. Somebody had the little camper fryer going, or they had a little pan on the fire, and you could smell the bacon frying, and then you had the oatmeal and the bacon with the bacon grease. I always had to have that bacon grease. It's kind of like the forbidden fruit. It's just like it's not good for you, but you love it so much. it's like, it's just gold. Oh, that's good, man. It's just good to see you guys. You got a nice setup here, man. Wow, this is, man, I'm just so happy to be on here. I'm just, when I come over here, I'm like, wow, this is beautiful, and it's just, I just love coming around. Like I said, anytime I get invited somewhere, I'm so happy, and I'm just happy to be here, man.
And now we have a special guest. She's a drum keeper, Boys Fort elder. I'd really like to welcome Rose Behrens.
Well, thank you for having me. I was raised at Nut Lake. My Indian name is Ojawashku Benesik. I'm a Blue Thunderbird woman. Actually, Nut Lake was a pretty cool place to grow up. We wanted to talk a little bit about powwows. When I was just a little kid, they had a roundhouse there, but after the roundhouse, they used to have powwows on what they called the ball diamond, because there was a baseball team from Nut Lake, and that's where they used to play baseball. And sometimes in the evening in the summertime, old Walter Drift, he was an elder and a drum keeper. He'd take that drum and he'd go sit in the middle of that ball diamond all by himself. And you could hear him because it would echo all over the village in the quiet evening, and you'd hear him start pounding and singing. And pretty soon there'd be another voice in there with him, and then there'd be another voice, and then sometimes you'd hear some bells going, and then you'd hear a jingle dress. So people would hear him singing. The guys would go up there and help him sing. And sometimes people would come up there and they didn't even have any kind of outfit on. They just had their street clothes on, and everybody would come up and dance, and somebody would make a fire, and that would go on till sometimes 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. And everybody would just sing and dance and visit, and sometimes somebody would bring food, and that happened really often. It was very impromptu. Nobody said, oh, let's go have a powwow tonight. And where that old roundhouse used to be, a lot of the times someone would go up there and make a fire, and they'd bring a drum up there, and they said that they wanted to show respect for the memory of that roundhouse and all of the spirituality that was actually inside of that building. And so that's why they would go up there and have powwows every once in a while. And it was the same thing. Somebody would start singing and people would just come. And another thing that used to happen up there, and I'm not sure who had this, but somebody down in Strongville had a water drum. And in the summertime, I'm not sure if it was on a special time or what. I was just a kid and I don't remember what the day was or anything, but you could hear it. Somebody would start pounding on that water drum, and it wasn't like a group didn't sing on it, only one person did, and it had a different tone. It had I can't even explain the sound of it. You'd have to hear it, and it was partially filled with water, and it had a hide on the top, and whoever it was would start pounding that and singing these special songs that you sing on a water drum.
Thank you for listening to KBFT Live Community Broadcast Powwow Series, brought to you by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. You're listening to Anishinaabe, Ogima, Boys Fort leaders from the present to the past.
Former Boys Fort Tribal Council member Phyllis Bourget greets me with a warm smile at the Boys Fort Heritage Center near Tower, Minnesota. Her long gray hair is pulled back underneath a colorful bandana. It tosses around as we talk about her time on the council. It's peppered with her humor and sharp wit.
This place, we had nothing here, and then everything was going to Net Lake. So I did a battle with them, and I finally won a little at a time.
As we walk towards an exhibit in the Heritage Center she helped curate on Boys Fort Chiefs, or Ogama, we pass a few photos along the way, people she knew from her youth.
This is one lady I grew up with. We were in the same grade.
What's her name?
Tina, we called her. Yeah.
What was her Ojibwe
Yeah,
name?
I can't remember. Gishik Gate Gay Week.
Did
Yeah.
Did you go to boarding school with her?
No, we went to school in Nett Lake.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We were in the same grade all the time, and
okay.
I played with her, and
Mhm.
yeah, she was one of my best friends.
Phyllis served on the tribal council for Bois Forte for nearly 15 years. She can't remember exactly how long, but she does remember the names of chiefs and spiritual leaders that line a large kiosk near the back of the museum. Old photos of chiefs from Voyageurs, Deer Creek, and Nett Lake are all presented with their Ojibwe names.
Well, we needed something like Nett Lake always had, their people. When you go in different buildings, you see that. And we had nothing here. And then we had so many people that lived here at one time. Yeah. Well, the different, we had a group of elders, people that we met, a couple times a month. And then they're the ones that wanted stuff like this because there was nothing here. And so we started working on getting pictures and getting them who was here at the time.
Phyllis took it on herself to do the research and interview elders about former chiefs that served Bois Forte until the 1970s. Chiefs like Charlie Sucker, Chief Bustakagan, John Gishik, and John Nett Lake. She spent a lot of time looking for photos included in the exhibit and made sure all the information was correct, like Chief John Goodday.
I wasn't here at the time. Yeah, but he was one of the best guys around. Everybody loved him.
Why?
Because he was a person that everybody respected, and he knew so much, and he never had a bad word for anybody. Everybody was his friend.
Besides the Heritage Center and recognizing the history of Bois Forte, Phyllis wanted more facilities and more services for the Vermilion side of the reservation. She says she's happy with the work she's done.
My leadership was just from wanting things to happen. I came from Nett Lake and moved here, and nobody wanted to be on the council. So anyway, they all got against me and voted me in. And a lot of people didn't like to travel too much. We built quite a few places in Nett Lake, and we got a few here. Our count was down, and so we didn't get too many houses. Most of them are in Nett Lake. But I was happy with what we got, because the people that we moved into the houses would have probably never had a house.
What's a leader maybe from that wall or somebody that you knew that really inspired you as a tribal council member?
I think all of them. I got to know them, yeah.
What do you mean all of them?
The ones the last ones, like Charlie Day, he used to come to my grandma's house and hold services there, and then just come to visit, like Thanksgiving dinner. We would invite him to our house, although he had many places to go to. There was nothing going on.
Yeah.
And I wanted something to happen. Got some of the Bob's my husband was from here. Got him and some of his relatives to come to our meetings and stuff like that, and what we were looking to do. We wanted to create jobs, and which we did.
Their job is.
Our job was to keep things running on the reservation, and make sure that nobody's doing wrong, like selling fish off the lake. They would set net, and a lot of people, set net, and they would sell their fish. And I would tell them that fish is meant for your family, not to sell it. but I buy food with the money I get from selling fish. So, what are you going to say?
What did you say to that?
Nothing. Yeah, I said, I don't think that's right. I think your family sure ate that fish, you know. But they're tired of eating fish. They want meat. I've never really left. I mean, my term was up, but I can't remember. But anyway, we would support whoever was running, you know, be there. Like they would ask us former people and say, how was it or what happened?
So people would ask you, what's it like, and what would you say to them?
Somebody had to do it. Nobody wanted it. Yeah.
Phyllis said she did a lot of bargaining to get not just services for the tribe, but money, especially for the Vermilion side.
I knew there was government jobs out there, like even brushing the highways, you know, the roads. We didn't have highways. And brushing the road at least 50 feet out from the main road. Yeah, a lot of things like that. We got people working, but what was supposed to be done, and then Cass Lake, that's where all the big shots were. So, me and a bunch, 2 carloads at least, or sometimes 3, we'd all go piling in there, and
What would you do?
we would get on the agenda before we left. And whenever I knew they were going to have a meeting or where they were, you know, somebody would tell me, I'd call and get us on the agenda. So all of us would come in, holy, they would be scared of, you know, 3 carloads of Indians. I really liked that. Because they supported the ones that ruled us. Yeah, we'd get their support, and another one we'd get is we'd get Grand Portage. You know, they were from the Big Lake, and then we get White Earth. So we'd get those 2, and we had it made. Yeah.
What do you mean you had it made? Like
whatever we wanted.
With the state government, or?
No, the tribe. Yeah, the tribe is the one that got the money. Yep, that's how we had to work it. Otherwise, Vermilion got nothing. And because it would all go to Net Lake, and we were part of Net Lake. And Net Lake was stingy to us. Yeah, so we had a hard time. So I said, well, leave them be stingy. I said, we'll get our own money. And so we did a lot of fundraising. We had fish fries. Everybody in the village would help us set net because we get walleyes here, and Net Lake doesn't have walleyes. So anyway, we supported our center by having fish fries, and everybody would come. They were white people from town, you know, when they knew we were having a fish fry, we'd put signs up in town and in a paper. And in fact, the lady in the paper, Tower News, I said, well, what's this little thing gonna cost us? You know, we wrote it out, and she said nothing. And I said, to take up space in your paper? Well, we'll donate right now. She said, you're just starting off. So she was pretty good too.
Phyllis knows there's more work to be done, but she counts herself among the council members who helped get those things done. For Boys Fort Tribal and Community Radio, I'm Allison Herrera.
Anishinaabe Ogima was brought to you by the Net Lake Radio Project and by the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. You are listening to KBFT's Boys Fort Veterans Series, a special Veterans Day series featuring stories from the Anishinaabe men and women of the Boys Fort Reservation who served in the United States military.
My name is Gene Goodsky, and my native name is Detigiguneb, which means a northern harrier, English name of a hawk. As I was 17, I joined the Navy hoping to get into the Seabees. 14 years honorable of military service. I was discharged as an E6, which is a first-class petty officer and the equivalence to a staff sergeant. I had 4 good conduct medals. My first orders, Vietnam. Well, I went over there and could have got killed about 5 or 6 times. I was with a unit, a CB team. There was only 80 men in that unit. And in a battalion there's 800. What they used to call that, the CB teams, is the elite force of the Seabees. So I was fortunate to get picked into one of them teams. And we used to go out to these Marine camps out about 40, 50 clicks away, kilometers from the main base. We'd load up all of our equipment in a little caravan. We'd go out to the camps. And they were really glad to see us coming. As the equipment operators, we had about 4 bulldozers, D8s, and guys, the equipment operators would push all that perimeter back about 200-300 yards. They'd make a big mound all the way around their camp. Some of the equipment operators that were backhoes, they'd dig trenches all the way around their camp, and they'd put the sand on the top so they'd have cover. Every once in a while they'd make a little break all the way around, and they put concertina wire on the other side of and on the top. But at night when they get attacked, Charlies they call them, the enemy, you'd get these big wide boards like a 2x12. You'd just put it over the top, they'd run up on the top, they'd carry another 2x12 with them and drop it down, and they'd run across, and before they hit the ground the Marines would shoot them. Nobody hit the ground live, and we were right behind them there. We were firing ourselves. That's why the Marines were so glad to see us, because we were able to build that big mound over there. Illumination, because they'd attacked at night, and they'd shoot up them illumination flares. It's just like daylight. They always had half the force, on guard duty, watching the place. Then when they get under attack, the siren would go off, and everybody would run out and grab their weapons and go to the lines. That one particular morning when me and my 2 friends were coming from the morning breakfast, morning chow we call it. They were about an arm length away from me on both sides, walking. Then pretty soon I could hear that whistling sound. And about that time the siren went off, which meant incoming. We're being attacked by rockets. And one landed about 100 yards from us, and it exploded, and you could just hear the metal ripping. And as soon as the metal was ripping and burst out, they'd all shoot forward. And my 2 friends, they each took 2 pieces of shrapnel, gut shot. And we all buckled over and hit the ground. I laid there for about 5 minutes until the siren went off. And I got up, and my friends didn't get up. There was about 40 guys laying down, and there was about 20 of us standing. And we started hollering for the medics. And the ambulance came racing across the runway. They took us all in to get us checked. They didn't find any marks on me, but they took my 2 friends away. And the next morning I went back to the hospital to check to see how they're doing. And when I got over admitting, they said, "No, we don't have anybody here by that name." So they must have got killed. 2 shrapnels in each one of them, because otherwise they would have been there. I never seen them again. And I made it through. I served 12 months over there. I got over there in country, they call it in country, December 10th, 1968. And I left January 10th, 1970. I went to the bar, wait for family. And while I was sitting there, these 2 long-haired guys come up to me. They said, "Where are you coming from?" That was before I went and changed clothes. I went and stopped and had a beer, and I said, I'm coming from Vietnam. And they looked at me and they said, what the H were you doing over there? I said, you know something? I went over there to keep you free. That's why you're free today. Because I put my life on the line for people like you. And they left. That's the kind of greeting, the first greeting that I got from when I got to Minnesota. They know they got me mad. And after that, I went and changed clothes. And after that, family came and we put our lives on the line to keep us free. We had a lot of faith in our tobacco, eagle feathers, hawk feathers. Yeah, every time I see a veteran, no matter who they are, Vietnam, Korea, whether they're Marine, Army, Air Force, they're a veteran, I walk up to them and I shake their hand. I just tell them, welcome home. Mio. That's all.
Thank you for listening to Boys Fort Veteran Series, brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
This is a special segment about Native American film and media for KBFT Radio on the Boys Fort Reservation. Sit back and enjoy the listen.
Uju, Karen Drift Indigenous Cause. Sabikune Zagi Gun Dunjaba. I like that what's his name? Jonathan Thunder. He had more, seemed like it was for the things kids were interested, like them Lego, Batman and stuff. And the kids were really, I was watching how they were all, eyes and ears. And I was thinking that's a good way to learn, but it would be good if we could learn that in our own dialect around here. The kids would really, really, I think, learn their language like that through talk and like through hearing. There was another film I watched where the animals were talking to each other. And the kids were really interested in that, just listening. That's really a good idea there to have them films around, showing. I would like to put my voice on like a little things like maybe one of these talking bears or something that you can put your voice in and just, like bring it in for the babies to learn, and that would be good to put our dialect, Boys Fort dialect, and the voice of the elders and even kids that can speak the language partly, that would be good for them to do. I'd be willing to help as much as I could because I want to help because we're losing our language, and a film would be good with just a family with children talking, and like maybe around a table or wherever, and like I said, animals, little animals talking back and forth, and just kind of make up a story,
What was your favorite film from this program?
The lady talking Indian to telling them the story about fox and the bear, and just the language all the way through. And that was, I got to listen and I could understand what she was saying, and I never hear that no more. I think the Indian movie that I seen was that Braveheart, about the Sioux, about that's the best film I've ever seen. And there's another one, Hiawatha, Heart Warrior. We went and watched her movie, and I got interested in it right away. It's about an hour long, and them two are what I think would be my favorite movies. Well, I'm just glad there's some people up here yet that are interested in the language and the films and stuff, And if it wasn't for them, there would be nothing. There would be nothing like that around here. Showing films and having things about the culture and the language, and the radio station is the only place.
Thanks for tuning in to our special series about Native American film. This story was brought to you by the Nett Lake Radio Project and the Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund of Minnesota. This is Native Fashion, a KBFT series about the tradition of regalia making and the people who do it.
I'm Kara Drift.
You're working on some regalia. Can you tell us a little bit about that and describe what you're making?
I'm making a fancy shawl with, the colors will be purple and gray. Hopefully it will be done soon.
Is this your first outfit that you're making?
Full outfit, yes. I have made just one shawl before for a breast cancer foundation.
How long ago was that?
About 2 years ago.
How many years have you been dancing?
About 10 to 12 years.
What do you like best about dancing?
Just being able to be out there and showing my support, to know that at least a few more people are dancing and keeping the tradition alive.
Does any of your regalia mean something?
I'm kind of making this. My grandpa, Lester Drift Sr., he passed away 2 years ago. I'm kind of making this in memory of him, I guess. He always wanted to make sure that we kept the tradition alive, to make sure that we were always dancing.
Native Fashion is produced by the Nett Lake Radio Project and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
You're listening to KBFT's Virtual Music Fest, a live virtual music series brought to you by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Today we're with Superior Siren, an eerie folk project from Duluth, Minnesota. Music is inspired by Lake Superior and siren mythology and combines alluring vocals with mesmerizing blend of strings and percussion. Superior Siren is led by singer-songwriter, guitarist Laura Sellner. Back in 2016, the band released their first full-length self-titled album and is releasing an EP in May. Yeah, welcome, Laura. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me. It's an honor.
This whole Superior Siren mystique is really cool. Can you just tell us where you got the idea and the inspiration?
Yeah, well, I am born and raised in Duluth, Minnesota, and so I've lived next to Lake Superior my whole life and have always had a connection to water, and I attribute that to being a Pisces and always going to the beach with my mom growing up and loving to swim and loving the water. And so I definitely have this feeling of being like a mermaid, and when I wanted to start creating music, I wanted to create something that was a little creepy and different and maybe made people uncomfortable, but also was alluring and poignant. And so the siren mythology really fit that theme, and I wanted to make a connection to place, and so chose Superior Siren for Lake Superior.
Yeah, that's great. And speak about alluring, like your voice is really alluring. That's what really stands out with your music. You know, you have this really unique and powerful voice.
And thank you for saying those kind things.
How have you guys been dealing with this pandemic?
Well, it definitely has been hard. It's been hard for everyone. For me personally, it definitely was stifling, and kind of all the directions that I was going in my life were halted, and it made me question, I think it made all musicians question what a career in music would look like. But I feel like we just had to find ways to maneuver through it and create new ways to make music. And thankfully, like I was saying with the music video, there's still things to do behind the scenes until it's safe to perform out in public. And we are all, me and the band members, are still very committed to the project and are taking small steps to move it forward. So it's been challenging, but I feel like we're coming around and we're booking some outdoor shows this summer. So I'm very excited to start performing again with an audience.
Yeah, there's definitely a light at the end of the tunnel. I think the shows are going to open up to like more outdoor shows this summer. And then who knows after that again. But anyways, how many albums have you released? You have 2 albums out and an EP coming?
Yeah, so I started Superior Siren as a solo project, and so I released a solo EP back in 2014, and that was just kind of a way to record what I was writing. I didn't really have much intention behind it. I was just kind of getting going with the whole project, but that got a good local response. And then after finalizing the band and getting all those ladies together, we started working on the full length, and I wanted to do a bigger project, do CDs and vinyl. And then I took songs from that solo EP and recreated them with the band, and we released that. And that was a great experience. Most of the projects that I do are funded through grants, mostly through the Arrowhead Regional Arts Council. So I'm very grateful for funding in Minnesota because it has allowed us to do what we want to do. And so we released that album, toured it, and learned a lot from that experience. And so I have this plan to kind of consecutively release a solo EP followed by a full length. And so I'm releasing this solo EP on May 7th, and I'm really excited about that. And then that kind of allows for us to work on the next full length. And so it's my way of like getting music out there and keeping listeners engaged and continue to create while we prepare for the next full length album.
Cool. Congratulations on your upcoming releases, and we really look forward to that. We at KBFT have been playing your stuff on our station now for a while, so we're supporting you 100%. Be sure to watch the full interview and performance on KBFT's Facebook page and YouTube channel by simply searching for KBFT. Thank you for listening to KBFT's Virtual Music Fest, brought to you by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. You are listening to KBFT's Boys Fort Veterans Series, a special Veterans Day series featuring stories from the Anishinaabe men and women of the Boys Fort Reservation who served in the United States military.
My name is Bob Inibenes, otherwise known as Jerome Whiteman. I'm a Vietnam Army vet. I am 73 years old. Drafted in 1968. That's when I went in on the 4th of March. Well, actually, I was with the 101st Airborne Division. They kept looking at my mechanical aptitude. I started off as a clerk, and then I went to the line. So after I went to Vietnam, then I puttered around as a mechanic for a little bit. Then I went to the flight crew, and those are the ones that fly. Door gunner, crew chief, flight engineer. Not a pilot. I wasn't an officer, so I wasn't even close to that. The ones I served as the pilots and the crew were basically just like I was, draftees. I was in an aviation unit, being that it was my, I had an high aptitude for mechanical things. I went to Fort Eustis, Virginia, which is just outside Norfolk, that big Navy compound they have down there. It's all military in that whole peninsula. The main things I took away from there was the knowledge about myself as to who I am, that the world is greater than me. And it's not how you make the world fit you, it's how you fit in, where it is. We all have a place in this world. And sometimes circumstances make that decision for you, but it's how you make the best of it. Because your life is your own, and it's what you make of it. If you do better than most, fine, that's great. Because that's the goal in life, is always to improve. Yesterday's gone, we can't do anything about that. It's live today for tomorrow. The term I just does not fit in there. Or my, that does not fit in there. It's we and us, and I learned that. Well, Veterans Day to me, being that I am an old vet, I went in at one of the hardest times in our society here. What with the protests and all that. And it was pretty hard to deal with. At that time when I went in, it didn't bother me. But the more time I spent in, the more time I became aware of things. I had my opinions, political or otherwise. But then again, I was a soldier. I had a job to do. I was expected to do this. So I performed as best as I could with what I had. And I wasn't the fastest, the best, or the sharpest, or anything like that. I was just one of many, and there are a lot of guys like me. Come to mind, I went in with one of the locals here one of the guys I grew up with. We were in the same unit, basically just across the next compound he was in, but he was a casualty, as Dwayne. He was already over there. And once I found out, I got his address from his sister, his older sister, and I looked up his company, and sure enough, his company was right across a unit from mine, and in fact, the next compound. So I went over there, hoping we can get together, but he was out in the field at that time. So I went back about a week later, if that, and I found out he was a casualty. And I never did catch up with him, because I went to after I come from, I found that out, I beat it over to the medical facility, and he was already shipped out on his way, processing out to come home. So I missed out on him. I didn't see him until I got back. It must have been about a year later. He told me all about him, what happened, and where I was. And he saw that big helicopter company where I was next door to. But he had no idea where I was going there, neither did he. So that stayed with me for still with me today. And I see him from time to time, because I went in with a lot of kids from the range area, Hibbing, Virginia, the Britt area, Ely, and today I often wonder what they're doing today. We're warriors, it's our culture. From the day we were born, providers, protectors, and it's just in us. My own personal family, I had 4 daughters that went in. They all went into the Navy. My family is all Navy. I was the only bugger that, me and my son were Army. He's a combat veteran. So I have some grandsons that are highly thinking about going in, because our family is like that. And we're part of the Lynx clan. My clan is like that. It's just the way warriors are. We're bred that way, to provide, to protect, and to serve. We've been through a lot, we've seen a lot. And a lot of the things that we've seen and heard and know of, well, today we just got to live with it. And it's rather humbling for a lot of us. Some of us don't like to talk about it. I saw what I saw. If I could do it again, I would. In fact, a lot of us old vets. Some of us are impaired, but we still have something to give. But those days are gone. Some of the few things that I've done that I'm very, very proud of. And I know no one can take that away from me.
Thank you for listening to Boys Fort Veteran Series, brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. You are listening to KBFT's Boys Fort Veteran Series, a special Veterans Day series featuring stories from the Anishinaabe men and women of the Boys Fort Reservation who served in the United States military.
Floyd Morrison. I joined the United States Marine Corps when I was 17. I got out E4. I was in the Vietnam War. And I was at the 1st Marine Division, 3rd Marine Division, 5th Marine Division. From Boys Fort, Net Lake. I went and joined the Marine Corps when I was 17 years old. I got discharged when I was 19. I actually done 2.5 years, and 13 months of that was in Vietnam. The reason I joined the military is I wasn't passing in school. I wasn't making my grades, and my folks are out in California. I was staying here with my brother, Dan, in Christmas '67, Christmas vacation. He sent me out to California to see my folks, and I got out there. My mother gave me 3 options. Finish school in California, which I didn't want to go to school. Try and get a job, which she said you'll need an education to get a good job, or go in the military. And being 17, I knew I needed their signature so I could get in the service. So I asked them, if I sign up for the military, will you sign for me? Yes, we will. And away I went. And that's how I joined the military. Back in them days, it's a military obligation. They had the draft. If you didn't join the draft, it'd probably get you. So I went ahead and joined, and I had my choice of service that I wanted to go in. But I couldn't go overseas till I was 18, so I turned 18 in August '68. In August 20th, I was in country in Vietnam. I was fairly young yet. The first day there, actually, we were they call new guys. We still had on our stateside uniforms, and they had mess hall, and we were going to chow, and I could hear these whistling noises, and see a big boom out there the fuel pods were, and I didn't know what was going on. Everybody come charging out of the mess hall, and it clicked in my mind that they're shooting at us. So after that, I knew what that sound was like, and it didn't take me long to realize that what a B-40 rocket sounded like. Get in a bunker. Down in the rear area, it happened quite often. You could see them firing from the north, from that peninsula they had there. You could see them when they were firing, and you knew what was coming. But once you got out in the field, then it was a lot different out in the field. Let your hair grow long. I let my hair grow long, and they had to cut it off for me. I had to get a boot cut again. But back then, it turned me. I'm still an alcoholic, but it made me. Like I said, I was 19 when I got out, and I drank and I drank and I drank and I drank. If I wouldn't have quit drinking when I did, I'd probably be in. Yeah, it tries to make you forget things. I can close my eyes anytime and just go right back. Or if a song comes on the radio, I'll remember certain things on the song, especially 60s and 70s. They treated Vietnam veterans terrible when we got back. I got kicked off a bus in Los Angeles. I was going from the Los Angeles bus depot to the airport to fly home. That guy kicked me out of his bus. Well, first of all, the Marine Corps birthday is coming on November 10th. We'll be 246 years old. Except for all you Marines out there. And Veterans Day is just a day to honor all veterans, men and women. If I could go back in and do it again, I would. The only thing, I'd stay 20 years. It was a good experience. Like I say, I've seen some good places. I went to Bangkok and Taipei for 5 days and 4 nights. Each little country. I think Indians are patriotic, I guess you'd say. It's a thing to do. In fact, when I was in Vietnam, they put me with another Indian guy from Fond du Lac Reservation. And I still meet with him today. In fact, we try to get together and have dinner. There's 7 or 8 of us that try to get together every year. They're all brothers, I guess we call Marine Corps Brotherhood. They're all my brothers. They all got my 6. I got their 6. And it's good to see them. In fact, it's a brotherhood that no one else understands. I guess it's just there for all Marines.
Thank you for listening to Boys Fort Veteran Series, brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
This is a special segment about Native American film and media for KBFT Radio on the Boys Fort Reservation. Sit back and enjoy the listen.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Day. I'm a Leech Lake citizen, and I live in the Twin Cities area, and with my son Rocky, who I love so much, and I'm a filmmaker because it's fun. So the way that I got started with the animation and working with Jonathan Thunder, it came from Anna Gibbs, who is a Red Lake member. She passed now, but she approached me quite a few years ago and asked about how to bring the story of how the bear got a short tail to children and how to use the story as a learning tool for Ojibwe language. So we collaborated with Weekwas Press and Hyde Erdrich when it came to doing the movie part. It had to be animation as far as I could imagine it in my head. And we were so fortunate to be able to work with such a talent like Jonathan Thunder. So that part was the easy collaboration, working with talented artists like that. So how the story of how the bear got a short tail came about was a story that Anna Gibbs, she presented the story and she was the storyteller for it. I know it's a creation story, so it's a story that belongs to all of us, and she wanted to help get it to students, kids, and use it as a learning tool for Ojibwe language and certain teachings. So it became, I think, a really valuable tool that kids enjoy, parents enjoy, community people, everyone. It's just such a entertaining story, and Jonathan's art just brings it to life in such like a fun way to watch it. Yeah, so it was funny how I became a filmmaker. It's one of those things that you don't think that you can do growing up. You think that you have to be born in Hollywood or somehow be born into it, and that's not the case at all. We all have stories to tell. When I first started film school, I pounded my fist down and I said, I'm not going to make any Native stories because that's what everyone expects me to do. I'm just going to like action movies and blow cars up and, just not traditional stories at all. And then I realized that was really difficult because you tell the stories that you know. Trying to force something when it comes to art and filmmaking and storytelling, writing, any kind of thing, if you're looking outside of what you are and who you know, it becomes really difficult. So when you kind of stop and think, what do I know? Then everything kind of falls into place. And I feel like as long as you're true to yourself and true to your art, then you won't be pigeonholed, because I can't write a story what it's like growing up on a reservation, because I didn't grow up on the reservation. I grew up in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area. So when I tell my stories, it comes from like an urban Native perspective, because that's what I know. And then so that helps eliminate getting pigeonholed into what people would expect. As far as my journey to become a filmmaker, it was a really fortunate path of having parents that supported me, in the sense that they gave me permission to pursue it. They said, if this is something that you want to do, you really should do it. And they didn't give me a hard time about it. The advice that I would give to young people is the same advice that I got, and that was, don't ever let anyone tell you no. Don't ever give up. Don't ever quit. And when you pick your project, make sure it's something that you really love and are passionate about, because it's something that you're going to be with for a really long time. If you have something that you're working on and you really, really love it, and someone tells you, that might be too hard for you to do, you're just not going to listen to them, because it's already who you are. It's already something that you love to do.
Thanks for tuning in to our special series about Native American film. This story was brought to you by the Net Lake Radio Project and the Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund of Minnesota.
You're listening to Native Fest, a series highlighting the art, music, writing, and culture of Native people living in Minnesota.
Speaking of snow surfing, all the way from Kansas, I have with me here at 89.9 FM KBFT, Tanya Jo Hall. Woo! I would do something like, I don't know, something like this. But, we're not there just yet. Tanya, I've got a couple of things to talk about today. You're going live tonight at the Megazite Room, right here in Net Lake. So people out there, if you're on your way home, grab somebody, bring them back. You've got live concert tonight. Not to mention the food and beverages are outstanding. Something like fried chicken, you've got pizza. We usually have like sandwiches, a lot of stuff going on. Free concert to everybody. This is fantastic. This is Lekas Jackson here on your ride home from work. And I have inside the studio Tanya Jo Hall with the Jazz. Tanya, tell us something about you. I'll say, let's not start too early. Let's go specific. You're a comedian. Is there a difference now? Comedians and comedians? Female comedian out there, killing it, making people laugh. Not just because it's funny, but who got you into it? Who was funny in your family that said, you've got what I have? You're a funny person. Because we were in here in the studio. We actually found you online on YouTube. The Chaz and I played your stuff live. You talk about a few things. My favorite one is when you talk about kids in Walmart.
Mm-hmm.
So true. I mean, the funniest things out there are true. That's what makes it funny, because we've all been there. We've done it. And you're current. And you're relevant. That's what makes it so funny. You're not a Henny Youngman. You're not one of these guys that are from way back and you can't relate anymore. The one-liners, they're quick, they're fast. You're a storyteller. And then all of a sudden, boom, the joke happened.
Well, I would probably say that my entire family is really super funny. Just like a lot of Natives families.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
But I would probably say a lot of influence was from Tito Ybarra. Tito is like a brother to me, but he was also in the powwow world, like a singer with Midnight Express.
No kidding.
And I've seen him develop as a comedian and do videos and then start stand-up. And I thought, I could be doing that, like what he was doing. Like, and they tell me something funny he did, clown dance. I was like, I clown dance? Like, and I'm a female. So I thought, like, what? I could be doing that? Like, some women need to be standing up for us and telling our stories, because there's so many male comedians who tell jokes about us women, and it's, like, not fair when we don't have any woman out there telling our side of the story. And so he really influenced me and motivated me to want to start doing videos while I was in the midst of my college degree, because I was first going to go into criminal justice and be a BIA police officer.
Okay.
And then I continued my education in Native American Studies with an eminent scholar credential to become a Lakota language teacher, because I thought, okay, powwow in the summer and Lakota language teacher in the school time. But then in the midst of it, I decided to start doing comedy and pursuing it. And so after I graduated, I didn't go and be a teacher like I said I was going to be doing. I just been on the road, really.
What do you call a laughing midget? Mini ha-has. And that's what... Yeah, well, when I tell the joke, all you hear is this right here. You know. That's what I got in the studio. But American Indians are in fashion right now. Guys like Dave Chappelle talking about American Indians. Chris Rock said American Indians. He talks about how our social stratification is in America. And the lower on the stratification you go on the level of economics, the tougher you get. So Chris Rock's joke is that for every Puerto Rican boxer there's an American Indian waiting to kick his butt. And I've got a cousin who's in the rankings right now in the boxing arena. But when you talk about your jokes, is it something that you saw or something that you actually happened to you?
Probably stories. A lot of stories come from my mom, which is really surprising. Just watching her throughout, like growing up, I guess, and her raising me, and just watching her actions and then listening to her stories, like whatever, I don't know, just partying stories or just watching her, I guess, and then making them into my own.
Thanks for listening. Native Fest was produced by the Net Lake Radio Project and was made possible by the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund and the citizens of Minnesota.
This is a special segment about Native American film and media for KBFT Radio on the Bois Forte Reservation. Sit back and enjoy the listen.
Bonjour. Odea Ogichida Indigenous Cause. Yeah, my name is Heart Warrior from Net Lake. I'm living in Net Lake, and our family hails out of the Boundary Waters Canoe area. Yeah, I like those little films about using the language to tell the stories, and I think it's good to talk about the culture. And if they had people had a steady diet of that, they'd learn the language better, I think. Well, it's like going to the movies and eating popcorn and drinking pop or tea or whatever and enjoying a movie, you know. What I'd like to see is when movies come up, that if people would view the movie together and then discuss it. Well, I've got one that would be a really interesting story, and it's one that's never been told, and it's history. It has to do with the founding of Minneapolis and St. Paul, and the Mitcheffs, the Métis, who were created 13 generations ago from me, and it was the only bloodless credit to Manifest Destiny, where Native people and Scottish people came together and created a new nation. Anyway, so what it is, you know, when the Ojibwe advanced west, they pushed the Dakota out of here and defeated them in battle, more or less, to get them out of here. And the Dakota, one group had been beaten pretty bad, and so they were pushed west, and then they went a little north, and they ran into the Métis, which in Canada they're called Métis, but they call themselves Mitcheffs. Meanwhile, while all that's going on between the Dakota and the Ojibwe, when the Dakota went west and north, smarting from defeat, they ran into a bunch of Cree and they killed all the men, which left a whole bunch of women and children without men. Well, they fled into the tundra below Hudson Bay and hid out for a while, and then they came out. Meanwhile, back in Scotland, the English were advancing into Scotland, and the Scots did not want to be like English, because the English were cutthroat thieves and murderers and Christians, and they were trying to get a hold of the Scots and reprogram them into being like them, and the Scots didn't want to. And so they sent a bunch of their chieftains across, which is later became Canada. They traveled through there, and they camped on one side of the Red River when the women and children of the Cree band came out and camped on the other side of the Red River. They got there at the same time. And so there were all these women who hadn't seen men in a long time, and all these men who hadn't seen women in a long time. And so I'd like to write a movie about what happens when they see each other. Got a favorite film. I've got some different favorite films. Yeah, Song of Hiawatha, that's a really good film. It's really a story of Winnebujo, and I think it's really good. Winnebujo's story, not every story about him, but in general, you know. And I used to always wonder, where did Winnebujo go? How come he disappeared? What happened, you know? And this movie kind of explains it, what happened, and why he left, and how he left. And so then I called up a medicine woman up in Canada, and I said, is this really true? Is this really what happened to Winnebujo? And she said, yeah. Because I told her what happened, you know. In the movie? Yeah. Huh. Is that, you know, when the white man brought their pots and pans and their guns and all this stuff, and he counseled them not to take that they had everything they needed, and they didn't need that. And, but some of them wanted it. He said, well, if you take it, I have to leave. I'm leaving. And one guy said, well, go then. So they traded in a great spiritual teacher who was awesome for pots and pans and guns, which is kind of sad, you know. But
It could be a made-up story, too.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
You never know.
Thanks for tuning in to our special series about Native American film. This story was brought to you by the Nett Lake Radio Project and the Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund of Minnesota. This is a special segment about Native American film and media for KBFT Radio on the Bois Forte Reservation. Sit back and enjoy the listen. Kathy Black Brewer and Bob Trench are producers on the film Dodging Bullets. Kathy is an enrolled member of the Blackfeet Nation in Montana, where some of the film was shot. Bob lives here in the Twin Cities. Both were united in their passion about the issues facing Native American people, which are portrayed in this film.
The film is about historical trauma in Indian country. Historical trauma, as we know, has been researched in Indian country, in Black communities, and in the Jewish populations in the world. And we worked with Indian country because I'm from Minnesota. I'm a prairie plains guy and have a lot of friends here that are very connected to Indian country. We take the viewer of the film on a trip. We start them at the beginning and kind of, hey, here's what's going on today in Indian country, and then we go back to first contact. We go through treaty rights. We go through current day issues. It bridges up to current day issues with the mascot situation, with suicide. And then we end on a very positive note on resilience. And it creates a good timeline, especially for non-natives, to be able to watch this film and see it, because it creates some of the things they know about, but they may still think Columbus was a good guy. They may not even know about the boarding school era. So it's really important to bring those issues in front of them to get to the end of the film and talk about resilience and survival.
And I'd like to capitalize on that. So often we hear people say they just need to get over it. Well, I think first we need to recognize and we need to educate, and then we can begin to move forward. And that's what Bob has done in this film.
Bob and Kathy wanted to capture the resiliency of the people they interviewed, along with some of the challenges they faced.
With Indian people, it's been our culture that has sustained us, and that's a huge resiliency piece for us. And resiliency is about still being here, still managing the day-to-day stuff, even though that it may not look as healthy as we want it to be. But it's being able to get up and go to school, and it's be able to get up and have a job, and it's be able to honor and know and embrace who you are.
When I started working on the film, I used to call it survivorship. And as I worked in Indian country and started to talk to people and become friends with people in Indian country, I learned that that term is actually resilience. Resilience is a much better term than survivorship.
Because we don't want to just survive. We want to thrive. You know, and we want to be better than we've ever been before, not just hanging on.
Bob Trench didn't want to use any stock footage. Instead, he relied on leaders in the community to talk about how historical trauma plays out today, in real time.
The film is all based on storytelling, and storytelling, of course, is very, very important in Indian country. Clyde Bellicourt comes on. He's one of the founders of AIM. He comes on and he talks about first contact and really lays out the message good. So you're listening to real people today talking to you about issues in the past. You're not sitting and watching a Ken Burns film with pictures going by and voiceovers in the background. You're actually seeing real people, and not just in interview sessions being filmed, but actually people talking to other people in front of groups and crowds. It creates a lot of realism to the film.
Thanks for tuning in to our special series about Native American film. This story was brought to you by the Nett Lake Radio Project and the Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund of Minnesota. You're listening to the series about family history, sharing the legacy of Bois Forte band members, past and present.
Hausa. Bimatu Mishadim, Dishnakas, Minawa Nicholas de Shaw, Jaganashimo, Mikiziundu Dame, and Dunjba Wasa, Janakade, Mishigaming, Minawa Nongom, and Kakabe Kong, Apachiko and Migwachawendum, Jayanoma. Just saying thanks very much for having me here. Glad to be here today. I'm Nicholas de Shaw, Bimatu Mishadim, Eagle Clan. From Michigan. Now I live in Twin Cities, and I'm a descendant of Bois Forte, Nett Lake. Yeah, absolutely. So I can trace my Bois Forte lineage back to, I think, the 1850s. That's as far back as we have on the official records. Those ancestors of mine, their names were Memeno Goneash and Wendabanoki, husband and wife. And they're the last I know that had only Ojibwe names. After that, I'm not sure where this came from, but the family name became Brown. And I don't know where that name came from, because neither of those names have Brown in them in their Ojibwe meaning. And then from there, because it kind of was a series of daughters, the name changed to Gagnon, I believe, and then from there to Langren. So my great-grandmother was Alice Langren, and she was the last that I know of in my direct ancestry to really be a fluent speaker of the language, which is something I'm really passionate about. She was sent to Haskell back when it was a boarding school. From there, she had a couple of kids. So she had a number of kids, actually. One was my great-grandfather, Charles Langren, and he was sent to the Nett Lake boarding school with his brother Ernie, or Ernest, known as Ernie. And they actually hopped a train and ran away from it when they were 8 years old. And I believe that she sent them back, but they ran away again, and she stopped sending them that. And that was kind of when I learned that story, that was kind of an eye-opening thing, because I didn't know that my family had been so directly affected by the boarding school experience, and it kind of opened my eyes a little bit to some of the stories I've heard about him. He was a tough. He wasn't the greatest father, from what I hear. He was a better grandfather, but he was still very, very loved. He had many of his own challenges, as many of our ancestors do. My dad would always tell me this really funny, I thought it was a really funny story. He'd go up from Duluth in Wisconsin. They'd go up and visit Grandpa Charles, and he didn't like stopping for red lights, I guess. So he'd lean back to my dad and my uncle and say, "Close your eyes," and just drive right through red lights just all the time, I guess. So my dad always liked telling that story, and my dad always had a lot of love and affection for his grandfather. And Grandpa Charles kind of wanted something different. The 1930s was a hard time for everyone, but I think in particular for Native people, and the reservation was a tough place to live. So he left and moved to I think he moved to Ely first, and then Two Harbors. So my grandmother grew up between those two areas, and then she went on from there to Duluth, I believe, and she went to St. Scholastica and became a nurse, and was very passionate about nursing, very passionate about children and healthcare. Especially, she always took care of us when we were young. When I was young, she was really one of the first ones to take care of us. And I don't know about traditional belief systems in my family so much. My family pretty much as far as I know, has been Catholic. My grandmother lived and died as Catholic, and she really believed strongly and in a good way. It wasn't something that she used kind of as a weapon that some people can, But yeah, absolutely. So I think my family is really an example of someone who progressively tried to get away from that part of your heritage. It was something to hide until like kind of I came around. My grandmother got more open with it and was more proud of it, that part of where she came from. Yeah, I've really fallen in love with Nett Lake since college. I only came up a few times, but now I'm trying to really make it a point to come here as often as I can, just to really try to be a part of this community and learn what I can. And as I have my own children, I want them to know. I don't want them to have, or to have the same questions I had. I want them to know, no, my family comes from Nett Lake. We are Anishinaabe. This is where we're from. I'm proud of it. I know this place, and I can go there, and I know I have a home, and I have a heritage that is to be celebrated, to be very proud of.
The Family History Series is brought to you by the Nett Lake Radio Project and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
You're listening to Native Art Festival, a series produced by KBFT Radio and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Leah Yellowbird is a painter who's originally from International Falls. She's not just any painter, though. Leah Yellowbird's paintings look like beadwork. She shared her unique style of painting during a class as part of KBFT's Artist Series.
I brought something really simple. I brought a page from an Ojibwe coloring book. The reason why I did that is because I wanted to show how something as simple as this children's coloring book can turn into something that's not so simple. You've got an outline and the rest is creativity of whoever's choosing to do it. And if we have 20 different people here, every painting's going to be different.
How did Leah Yellowbird get the idea for her beadwork painting? She tells KBFT the story of how it all started.
I always did something. I always did something with my hands. I always beaded. But when I started painting, it was, my dad had passed. And so I took my mom to Arizona for the winter. It was her first winter alone. And so we got this little trailer at this retirement park. And we got there and I brought my kayak and stuff because I love to kayak. And these retirees party like gangsters. And I could not keep up, nor did I want to. And my mom was having a blast and having so much fun. And so I was kayaking during the day. In the evening, my bead time. I didn't bring any beads. So I went to a hobby shop and I bought one of those 24 paint kits, 24 colors, tiny little tubes. And I bought a couple paintbrushes and I bought a roll of canvas. Didn't have a clue what I was doing. And I brought it back to the trailer. No room in this little trailer, they're very small. And I laid it out on the little kitchen dinette table that was in the trailer. And I told my mother, we don't have a table for the rest of the winter. And she said, okay. And I said, I'm going to paint this like I beaded it because I'm missing it, beading so badly.
Because it takes so much time to complete a painting using Leah Yellowbird's style, she coached attendees carefully, explaining small details and techniques, like paint consistency.
I can see how if it's thicker, it'll kind of pop. Or I don't know the word I'm trying
It's a
to
ranch
use.
dressing situation.
Yeah.
And it's hard to describe because paint doesn't come in that consistency.
Yeah.
Class attendees had their work cut out for them. Even a simple design can take a very long time. Leah coached people by sharing that she makes mistakes on each painting and how to fix it.
there's not one painting I've ever done that I haven't felt that. I've always gone back and reblacked things.
Okay.
Because you make mistakes.
Leah Yellowbird took a big risk to follow the path of an artist, and it certainly paid off for her and the community that shared in her lesson.
What do I have to lose?
Well, I think you're putting a dot.
I've got nothing to lose. I only have to gain, and they're reaching out for me. These ancestors are, and they're offering me something. Do I take it, or do I spit in their face? So I took it. I quit the good job, and just kind of reset myself. And I just thought, is this something? Can I actually do this? Like, is this? I'm not an artist, am I? And then I decided to stop thinking about it. And just, if the ancestors were allowing me to do it, just go ahead and do it, and keep doing it until they stopped. And then it got to the point where I was afraid to stop.
Thank you for listening to Native Art Festival, brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. You're listening to Native Art Festival, a series produced by KBFT Radio and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
Ruth Porter. I'm a high school special ed teacher / Ojibwe teacher. I work with high school kids during the school year. I do a lot of beading and sewing, like after school on the weekends. This was my first quilt class. I was a little nervous because quilt tips tend to fly, and I like that these ladies that were at the class tonight, like, they've done some crafting before, so they were a little more cautious with quills. It all started, my mom ran the Ojibwe Arts program long in the 80s, and the older ladies in the village used to gather there. And at that time, I didn't have the fine motor to, like, do everything they could, but I'd stand around and watch them, and they'd explain what they were doing, and they'd make florals and old time, like the rosettes and the pie-out stitch and stuff. So I would just sit there and watch them. And then as I got older, like, my mom bought me books. Gene would bring us books, and he'd bring ladies from the community to the school so that they'd teach us how to bead. And growing up, like, I had my older cousins, they could bead. And then my older cousin Loretta had that quilt, she had her own shop in Orr, so I'd do some stuff with her. Well, for the class tonight, I pre-beaded the outline of the flower, because that alone can take a new beater or a regular advanced beater a good half an hour. So I thought I should pre-bead some things so that they could just work only with the quills. Well, I explained to them where I got the quills at first, and then also how to, like, size up their quill to the flower. And you can use meat containers, like, in the bottom, because I like to stick my quill one end in the meat container, like the styrofoam, so the quill tip don't go flying. Otherwise, I use foam plates. So I showed them how to cut them, and then they just kind of went on their own. And, like, the inside of the quill, like, I tend to use a long needle, so I'm able to, like, do the quill, like the full quill through the needle. They did all complete their flowers.
Tina Sadie-Wasser. I'm from Nut Lake, but I live in Port Orchard, Washington. So you've been listening to the radio quite often since we've been up here. I had a little idea because I worked with them before with the quilt, but Ruth showed us how to get the tips, stick it in a styrofoam, and then cut them. So because that's what I was afraid of, losing those tips.
Stephanie Wordier. It's time-consuming, but the end result is always very unique. The quills, and I'm actually really happy since this is my first attempt at doing it this way. I mean, I've used quills in my beadwork before, but not like this. And actually, I'm pretty happy with the result. It almost looks like pansies.
You can find out more about upcoming artists in the Native Art Festival by checking out KBFT on social media and online at kbft.org. Thank you for listening to Native Art Festival, brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
This is a special segment about Native American film and media for KBFT Radio on the Bois Forte Reservation. Sit back and enjoy the listen.
My name is Beverly Steele, and I'm from Net Lake here on the Bois Forte Reservation. I've lived here all my life, and I'm an elder. I liked the film about the little boy that was getting his regalia and in his interaction with his grandpa. Yeah, the Waboos. Yeah, that was it. I think it's so important for kids to interact with their elders in the family, and I like how the grandpa was teaching the little boy things, So it had a lot of messages in it. I would kind of like to see a film, and I haven't seen any, but there maybe are some out there about what our ancestors went through, like. Especially like the boarding school. My grandma used to tell us about it, that she was in boarding school and that she ran away, and had to walk through the woods. And, I don't know if I could ever do that, She left the boarding school, and how they, they cut their hair and couldn't speak their language, It's just kind of heartbreaking when you think about it, how, back in the day, that's all they could talk, and if they couldn't relate in their own language, it would be, I probably would run away, too. I did like the singing by Liz Jockola. I just love her voice and her singing and her messages, and her songs. And then I liked the parts too about I never got to go out to the pipeline, North Dakota there, where they
Standing Rock.
Yeah, Standing Rock. I never got to go there, but I kind of would have liked to go, support the people in their endeavor there. Yeah, it's kind of cool how they all come together. Each tribe, they had so many different tribes there, and I think that's so. But that's how Indians are, When push comes to shove, they're right there. There's so many. I don't know. I don't know if I do have a favorite at all. But it was about when they killed Jesus and put him on the cross. That is so. Passion of the Christ. That's it. Because it's just so heart-wrenching, more than any other movie that I've seen, It's really, it really brings a message of the cross. And so, yeah, that's my favorite. I just like going to these things that you have on here. I think you're doing a really good job of bringing people in, and it's kind of sad that we didn't have very many people last night, but it was enjoyable for the ones of us that did go.
Thanks for tuning in to our special series about Native American film. This story was brought to you by the Net Lake Radio Project and the Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund of Minnesota. Sit back, relax, because you're listening to Native Music Fest, featuring the rockin' sounds of Native musicians from Bois Forte and beyond. Keith Sikola is an award-winning musician who was born in Crookston, Minnesota, and grew up on the Iron Range. He's a member of the Bois Forte Band and has been playing music since the 1990s. He's been inducted into the Native American Music Hall of Fame and has been nominated and won several NAMMYs. The song he is most known for is this one. Keith has performed at Bois Forte several times over the years.
Participating in this Native music series for the last few years. I've seen it grow. I've seen musicians come from all over North America, Native musicians, and perform. And so the stigma and the word is out there that, this is a performing arts series. And so that's why we're here today. We're part of a community outreach at the Northwoods Grizzly Auditorium. Kind of an unusual cafeteria space for a performance, but I think this is how you bring in and you usher in eras, is you go out there and you do it. And so we got just done playing. We played for the students today at the gymnasium. We're very receptive. They were singing Indian cars and fry bread, and they were just having a good time. I've been all over this week. I've been in Oakland, California, in San Francisco, in Minneapolis, in Tower, in Eveleth, and now tomorrow I go to Cherokee, North Carolina, and play for the Cherokee Homecoming. So I've been on the road a while, and I've been playing my style of music, and I bring it with intention and love, and I have some original songs, and I'll be back up here because it's always good to be home.
Sikola doesn't plan to stop touring, making music, or visiting Bois Forte anytime soon. In fact, he's just getting started. For KBFT, I'm Allison Herrera. Native Music Fest is a production of the Net Lake Radio Project and is supported by the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
Welcome to Historical Window, a program that lets you experience the past and treasure the history of the Bois Forte Band of Ojibwe through the voices of our elders. Today we'll be talking with Myra Thompson.
When I was a young girl, I used to carry water for these old people, like John Netlake. There was the Day family, Albert Wynn. Used to carry water from the pump. John Netlake got mad at me because he left a dime for me on a table. Every time I took water over there, and I wouldn't take it, and he went and told my ma. And my ma, she turned around, got mad at me, and she said, "You're supposed to take that. They're giving you." So when I carried water for him, I went and put the water there, and there was a dime sitting there, so I'd pick it up. Well, them days you could buy, like a bottle of pop for a nickel. Bars of candy they were stuff were a lot cheaper then. I had to quit school when I was 16, and then when I quit school, I went to work at the old school, Net Lake. Mr. Workham after me, because my dad didn't have a job. I had to help out, support my brothers and my sisters. We had to have something to eat. We were eating off my grandma, right? She was getting money, but that's mostly the main things I remember in my life that was most important to me. Old Lady Day used to pay me in flowers. She'd give me great big white flowers. I always used to remember that. I used to like those flowers. I would have got married like these people that are married, like, you marry a white man, and I was ready to marry this white man, and he come there outside my grandma's house, and I don't know, I felt kind of bad after it happened, but anyway, before, I was kind of happy, because he was talking to my mom and dad. My mom and dad agreed, but my grandma come out of the house. She used to have a cane. She pointed right at me. No, she's got to marry her own kind. So that's how come I married Leonard. Well, I was thankful for that. At least I got some full-blood kids. I was sad for a while. I was kind of mad and sad. I used to feel like that. I told myself, you got to go on. Just remember Caroline Bogey's mother, when I got burnt, she was willing to give up her skin for me because I needed skin graft. She was one that I always remembered. To this day, I thought about a lot of things. Well, I was taught a lot of things by my grandma that I got to keep inside of me and, not tell anybody, but keep what she told me. One thing I always remember is she said, one of these days you're going to have to see the day that you pay for your water. See, now, she was right. There's a lot of other stuff too that she told me, but I got to keep it to myself. There was one Albert Wynn. I wish people would seen what he did. He used to make a little sleigh, carry wood, go out in the woods and have a little sleigh, and he put that string around it, and he whittled out those little things out of cedar. Made a little sleigh, the cutest little sleigh. I've never seen that in my life. But I always remember that. He used to carry a lot of wood on there because he'd have the back end too. He had quite a long sled. Yeah, my dad had if he could find a job like used to use a bow saw to saw trees down. That's how he made the living, knock the trees down. I even went and helped me, and I think it was one of those kids, but they were small, and he got kind of mad because he didn't want one. I think it was Lester. So he left him back, and he took me out there. I used to help him, even in the summer, like bring in more money. My grandma used to go peel posts to help her with that. By Foster's, they had a thing by Foster's. Peel fence posts. And you know that there's some kind of an Indian medicine they have out there. When I got burned, grass fire was real bad. My dad took me out of Cloquet because I almost died. Took me out of there, took me home. If it grew together in here and under here, that's how it grew together, my skin. And if they would have had it outstretched, because they had a bunch of leaves and stuff that they were healing, they'd come and change it. If they would have put it out like that, it would have been perfect. I wouldn't need to go to the doctor, because I was in Gillette. I went in there when I was 7 years old. I come out when I was 11 with them operations. During the spring, I guess I was watching my little dress catch on fire, my ma said. And Benny Bonus come out of his house. We used to stay by Benny Bonus's, and he poured a cold pail of water over me. That's how the fire was out. I always remember, though, that skin, but I don't remember the pain. Just the skin hanging from my arm. My ma couldn't go see me, I had to stay down there. Only when my dad was in the service, he'd come over with Frank Benner or Earl Day, come visit me. My grandma had the first TV. And there used to be an old guy they called Jippo. Jeez, that guy would come, before it got dark. He'd come in there and sit there. everybody would fall asleep. And I'd be the only one staying up, trying to stay. He'd still be sitting there, Couldn't get a... They didn't want to chase. You can't chase him out, But I used to laugh at him. He'd sit there and laugh. He's enjoying himself. He was having a good time. You couldn't get him to go until it was off, until, it went off, then he went.
And that was usually about 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock?
Yeah.
But your grandmother?
My grandma.
Oh, okay. What was her name?
Maggie. Yeah, she was first one that had a TV, I think. Oh, my dad used to watch that. My mom would tell him, I don't see what you're getting watching that guy. My grandma told us never to go on the island. Said there's spirits out there, really get mad. And she said if you're forced to, just take some tobacco. So none of us kids could go out on the island. Pretty sacred, that thing. I remember when me and Leonard went out there, we parched our rice and had great big tall beans bags, 10 of them. I always remember him taking that down. I told him, I said, you do whatever you want. He went out and got a brand new car. Good for him, I thought. But he didn't pay that much for a car though. When it was brand. He didn't like to own a car, that you make payment. He used to like to go just pay it in full and bring it home. New cars. I'd hear my dad talking, but I'd never pay attention to what they were talking. I wasn't that nosy, no.
Historical Window is a production of KBFT and the Net Lake Radio Project. This program is made possible by the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund and the citizens of Minnesota.
You are listening to KBFT, Minnesota Artist Profiles, a series featuring artists and musicians of Minnesota, brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Michael Lyons is an artist, musician, and puppeteer from Bemidji, Minnesota. He is most famous for his Ojibwe podcast, Buju Nanabuju, where he utilizes Ojibwe-speaking puppets as well as music to teach Ojibwe language and culture.
I am Nanabuju, and with me in the studio today, once again, the lovely and the talented Natasha Ikadon Buju Ini Mushane. Say hello, my sweetheart.
Hello, everybody.
And today, our artist profile interview. Sweetie, who did you interview for the artist profile interview?
Well, Nanabuju, I had the distinct privilege. No, I interviewed Michael Lyons.
Oh,
And Michael Lyons is an Ojibwe cartoonist, musician, puppeteer, and podcast YouTube creator, I guess. So I sat down with Michael, and we got to the bottom of a lot of really interesting things.
Oh, all right. Well, there you have it, folks. This is the artist profile interview with cartoonist, musician, and podcast. What's the name of his podcast?
His podcast is called Buju Nanabuju. Nanabuju?
Oh, yeah, I've seen that. I really like it.
Yeah, me too. It's my favorite one.
All right, well, here you go. Michael Lyons for today's, what do we call this? KBFT, Boys Fort Tribal Radio Artist Profile Interview. Take it away.
All right. Well, hey, Michael, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I'm really happy to be here.
So tell me, Michael, first of all, where are you from originally?
Well, I grew up in a really small town called LaPorte, Minnesota.
Oh,
which is about 25 miles south of Bemidji.
Yeah.
And it's just off of the Leech Lake Reservation.
Okay. In sort of like central Minnesota?
Yeah, that's right.
All right. And see, how long have you been in the business?
Well, in a way, I got my start in the business of comic strips when I was in college in the early 90s.
Oh,
I had a comic strip called Coffee House 5, which ran a number of years in college newspapers.
Oh, cool. And did those teach Ojibwe too?
No, I didn't have an Ojibwe comic strip until I started doing the Ojibberish comics. And that's really what led to the Buju Nana Buju podcast.
Oh, can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, sure. About 3.5 years ago, I started the Buju Nana Buju podcast on Facebook and YouTube. And it was basically what some people would describe as a puppet podcast. And we would always teach an Ojibwe word of the day. And then sometimes we'd write songs in Ojibwe.
Yeah. Huh.
And now, since the start of the year, it's become a live stream, hour-long program every morning at 8 o'clock. And we teach Ojibwe language. Sometimes we do prayers in Ojibwe. And, there's a lot of comedy and basically just talking with regular viewers and stuff. It's really fun.
Oh, what? All right, cool. And let's see, what would you say to someone who might want to get into art or music?
I would say if you have the calling, most artists and musicians will talk about a time when they were kids where something got lit up in their imagination, or they felt some sort of call to become something. There's a lot of sort of Cinderella stories from rock stars who had a dream to make it, and then they made it. I think that's probably why we talk about Kiss a lot on the podcast, because they were like a major influence in my life. Not just because I love their music and I learned how to play guitar, but also because I would draw Kiss a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And Paul Stanley, the lead singer of Kiss, always had a message of believing in yourself. And so now that I have my own show and I write songs and I get to be creative and do what I like to tell kids that, yeah, if you have the desire for it, this is probably your path. And it may take a long time to realize your art, but it's definitely worth it.
Yeah.
And if you're truly committed to being an artist, a musician, or a cartoonist, or a puppeteer, or whatever, a YouTube creator, you won't be happy until you're doing it anyway. So being an artist is sort of a blessing and a curse.
Mm-hmm. So, what has been one of your greatest challenges, like during this last year, during the COVID pandemic?
Honestly, the COVID pandemic has been great for our show. It's given me time. I'm not working anywhere else.
Uh-huh.
And, when the schools closed up, we were visiting a lot of schools. We were going on tour and visiting different reservations and different schools and bringing our podcast out to the public. And when the schools closed up, we lost out on a lot of gigs. But at the same time, because we were at home so much, we got a lot of work done.
Yeah.
And it's actually been really great for us. So I was fine with it.
All right, great. So finally, is there anything else you'd like to add to the show?
Yeah, I just want to tell people, check out our YouTube live stream, 8 o'clock, Buju Nana Buju podcast. I know you're always there at Nana Buju. And we have a regular group called the Buju Crew, which are, we've started kind of a fun community.
Yeah.
And it's a great place to, have a cup of Makade Mush Kiki Wabu, a cup of black medicine water, and learn a little Ojibwe and hear some Ojibwe stories.
Well, all right. Well, there you go. Thank you so much for being on the show, Michael.
Hey, it was totally my my honor.
All right. Well, back to you, Nana Boozhoo.
Oh, thank you so much, sweetheart. Well, there you have it, folks. Michael Lyons, cartoonist, musician, and the creator of the Boozhoo Nana Boozhoo podcast. I am Nana Boozhoo. Miigwech Bizin Dawieg. Thank you for listening to Boozhoo Nana Boozhoo, the podcast about Ojibwe language and culture. I will see you again. Gigawabamin. Minowa. Hawa. Nicely done there, sweetie.
Thanks.
Thank you for listening to Minnesota Artist Profiles, brought to you by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. You're listening to Anishinaabe, Ogima, Boys Fort leaders from the present to the past.
My name is Travis Morrison, and I grew up right here in Nett Lake. I am on the Reservation Tribal Council.
Why did you decide to run for tribal council?
It mainly come about by just people and residents asking me to run because they wanted another choice from some of the other usual candidates. I think I had enough experience and stuff to give it a whirl.
What do you do, and what does that mean for the people of Nett Lake?
Well, as a District 1 representative, I end up representing everyone, all of Boys Fort. The main thing is just try to get our finances in line and start building some money, which is kind of hard to do because we're so remote. We got Fortune Bay and everything, but it's still hard to get people to come there. And then on the government side, try to streamline our spending so we're not spending more than we're making. So eventually we're going to turn that around and start building money to sit on. And when it comes time to, we need a new office building or a new fire department or something like that, we can have our own money to match grant funding or even hopefully enough to just use our own money to build something.
Do you think of yourself as a leader?
Yeah, it's like I suppose I do, but my background and where I come from is I don't really think of that. To me, I'm just me. I do what I do. If I don't know something, I can point somebody in the right direction. So I know a lot of people who can help in a way. So there's all kinds of questions that come to us, and now I can kind of make things happen. So I don't really order people around, but we need some help with this guy on this subject, and I can point him in the right direction, and things seem to get done.
Mm-hmm. Who do you consider a leader, or who have you looked up to?
I've always looked up to my granddad, old man Dan Morrison Sr., just because when I was a little kid, he was always, I suppose, doing what I'm doing, getting stuff done. And I saw it, but I didn't realize what his job was. And as I got older and I knew what he was doing, and there was a lot of times he was hands-on helping somebody.
Your family has a history in tribal government. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, well, I suppose it started out with my grandpa, and he's been in there. Then my uncle Dave Morrison was in there. He's still in there, and he's been in there quite a while. So he's always been around. He's showing me the ropes, introducing me to other leaders on other reservations. It's kind of cool when you get out of here and you see him at other places, and you think, oh, he knows his stuff.
Mm-hmm. So what do you think of some of the challenges Boys Fort residents face?
Things to do, there's not a whole lot to do. We do the basketball, me and Brandon, and not everyone participates in that, but there's other things other kids can do, but we just need more parent volunteers and stuff to step up, kind of like what we did. And now our little basketball program turned into something pretty unique. A lot of other communities try to do what we do.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the challenges for the youth, I think, is finding something to do and somebody to show them.
Tell me a story about growing up here in Nett Lake. What's something you remember about this place that's different from any other place you visited?
The thing that sticks out of my mind the most is how we used to walk down to the landing here by Spirit Island, and we'd go swim to the island, which our parents didn't really like us to do unless they're around, and, because some kids can't swim that good. And but we'd as a little group of boys, we'd all take the swim. It was kind of like a
initiation. Or?
Yeah, kind of like a passage to to something else. You could do that. You're
cool.
You're cool. You're one of the big kids. And little did we know, on some years you could almost walk out there. You could walk so far that you'd only have to swim about 20 yards, 30 yards, and you could walk some more. But when you're swimming that, you don't know it. So we'd swim all the way out there, spend a little time there, rest, and then we'd swim back.
Any words of wisdom as we close?
I just say enjoy life. Some things you can change, some things you can't. The most part is stay positive and everything will work out.
Anishinaabe Ogima was brought to you by the Nett Lake Radio Project and by the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. You are listening to KBFT, Minnesota Artist Profiles, a series featuring artists and musicians of Minnesota, brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Rich Mattson is a musician, songwriter, producer, and legend from the Iron Range, Minnesota.
My name is Rich Mattson, and I am from West Eveleth on the Iron Range of Minnesota, and I currently live in Sparta, and that's not far from where I grew up. I'm a musician and a recording engineer, a music producer, and I play guitar, I play bass, and I kind of dabble in the drums too. Mostly I'm a guitar player and a singer and a songwriter, and I enjoy making music for my own purposes with my own band, and I enjoy recording other bands and encouraging them and working with them in my recording studio, Sparta Sound.
I can't love you, baby, like you need me to.
I've been recording for about 30 years. I started in Minneapolis. I lived down there for about 18 years, from 1987 to 2005.
Do you have any awards?
While I was living in Minneapolis, our band got an award for Best Americana Band, and that was in 2003. And I was named Best Songwriter by the City Pages in Minneapolis in the year 2000. And that was with my band Old Yeller. And Old Yeller actually got a couple more awards, Best Rock Band and Best Rock Album in 2006 in the Minnesota Music Awards. And I also got Best Producer that year. So we kind of swept the rock category, which is pretty cool.
What are you influenced by?
I have a lot of influences, I guess. My grandparents, musically, I think my main influence, I got to say Neil Young, probably my favorite musical artist. Neil Young, I just love him because he just keeps on delivering the goods. He keeps making records, and he keeps being influential to, he's just a positive influence. He's never been, all messed up, or, he's just always kind of done the right thing and kept producing more and more music, and I just love all of it. And Neil's my guy. I love his guitar playing. I love his songwriting, his lyrics. I love his voice. And there's so many guys like that in rock and roll that I follow, and Neil just keeps delivering. Another thing I love about Neil is he's in touch with the environment, and helping others, and just being a positive force in the world. And he's an inventor, and he writes books, and he's kind of all over the place. And I like that about him. I also, one of my favorites is Bob Dylan. He's another one of those guys that just keeps on delivering, and he's an artist. And one thing, when you're an artist, I mean, there's been times where I felt like giving up, where I thought that, I wasn't going to be able to make a living off it forever, and I'd have to give it up at some point. But and I've tried just not doing anything and in art, and getting a regular job and doing that. But I always gotta create. I have to keep doing it. It keeps me sane. It keeps me busy, and it's just something that if you're born with it and it's something you like doing, and you feel a need to do it, and it makes people happy, you got to keep doing it. And the greatest challenges to being an artist is really just wondering if it's worth it. And you're creating something out of nothing.
Well, I never met my neighbor.
You're creating something from your mind, an idea that you have. You get a vision, or you hear a song that you never heard before, and it's just coming from the ether. It's just coming from nowhere, and you get it out of your head. It's never a bad thing to create something.
How has the COVID pandemic affected you, your band, and your music?
Definitely a lot of challenges for me. One thing that I've said a few times during this whole thing, this is the longest I've gone my whole life without playing music with my friends. I mean, I've always had a band together, and we'd get together and make noise, and just have a good time rehearsing, or just making up songs, or just jamming, making a bunch of noise. So the biggest challenge really is not being able to do that, like all winter long. Is just finding different things to do, stepping outside the box, and fortunately through my connections, I was able to record some guitar tracks for people. I started making videos, posting them on YouTube, just songs that I've learned over the years. I'd just set up my camera and play a tune, original songs, cover songs. And after a while, I had 179 songs that I posted on YouTube. I was also working on Rich Manson and the North Stars album called Skylights that we just put out in February. And I really just kind of whittled away at that through the summer and winter months, getting that to where I like the sound of it. And I had a lot of spare time to work on the mixing, and a lot of alone time and time with my girlfriend Jermaine. And we just really worked on that record and worked on her music and singing together. Yeah, and there's still challenges. The shows that we're going to be playing are going to be outdoors, and now I just worry that we're going to get rained out. So hopefully the weather stays nice, and the weather gods will smile on us, and we can have some good, fun shows outdoors this summer.
Where can we find more information on you?
I've got a website. It's www.richmatsonmusic.com, and that's kind of like a hub with links to my bio, and the bio is pretty detailed, kind of covers all my years of playing music. And there's a discography link where you can see all the albums that I've completed and made available. Most of those are on bandcamp.com. And I've got a Sparta Sound band page on bandcamp.com, and that web address is spartasound.bandcamp.com. And I think there's probably like 20 albums available on there, and you can just listen to them. You don't even have to pay for them. You could just listen to them. So that's Rich Matson and the North Stars albums. There's Jermaine Gemberling albums, Bitter Spills albums, and a whole bunch of solo stuff too. And there's another page for my old band. We were called the Glen Russells, and that's a separate page on Bandcamp as well. Another group that I play with, it's a folk duo called the Bitter Spills, and that's just me and my buddy Grant Johnson. And what we do is just we're keeping the folk tradition alive. We play old folk tunes and some stuff that we wrote. We play in the bars, and we play outdoor festivals and wherever we can. But he's one of my best friends, and he and I just get together and do that picking and grinning.
Do you have words of encouragement to future artists and musicians?
Just create. If you have it in you, if you're a creative person, it's a gift. You got to use it. Don't ever stop. It's something that you'll always want to do, and find the time to do it. Even if it's just for yourself. You don't have to be famous. You don't have to have these big rock and roll dreams of taking over the world. Just keep creating, and eventually if you feel like sharing it, share it with the world. Get it out there. There's so many ways to find your path and get your music or your art, whatever you like to do. Word gets around. If it's something that you love doing, you got to find time to do it, and you get better at it and better at it, and eventually you get the confidence to share it, and then the people that you share it with will share it with others, and word gets around, and eventually people are calling you to make appearances or buying your product, or you just gotta go for it. I really believe that everyone's got a purpose in life. You got to find that purpose, and sometimes you got to look for it, and that's the hardest part, is finding what you enjoy doing the most. You just got to find your passion in life. Follow your dreams.
Anything else you would like to add?
I just want to say KBFT Radio has just been such a great resource. It's they're so in touch with the heritage, and for encouraging people to understand their culture and create and just be part of the community. And it's just such a great resource for the North Country, and I'm really glad that it's there. And it's just cool that there's such a wide variety of music and educational programs, and just they're trying to do the right thing, and I really love it.
Thank you for listening to Minnesota Artist Profiles, brought to you by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. You are listening to KBFT, Minnesota Artist Profiles, a series featuring artists and musicians of Minnesota, brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Today we meet with Philip Savage, a birch bark artist from the Fond du Lac Band of Ojibwe in Minnesota. He talks not only about the beauty of creating art with wigwas, but the many different ways it can be applied.
Bonjour, my name is Philip Savage, birch bark artist extraordinaire, and thank you for listening to Minnesota Artist Profiles on KBFT Boys Fort Tribal Radio. I'm originally from Nagachi-Wanung, that's Fond du Lac Reservation, located near Cloquet, Minnesota, where I currently reside with my family. Now, the type of artwork I do, my chosen medium is birch bark, or as the Anishinaabe people call it, wigwas. Birch bark is a very versatile material, a very versatile natural resource. It's waterproof, rot resistant. I mean, it can be used for many things, not only beautiful art. It's used for wigwams in the winter, canoes in the summertime, various basket styles needed throughout the year. They've even used it to record history on scrolls. It also has medicinal qualities, including, but not limited to, chaga, a powerful antioxidant. So this tree has served the Anishinaabe people for generation after generation for hundreds upon hundreds of years. So I don't find it surprising I have such a close connection to this medicinal medium. And I find when you're working with a living medium, you each give a piece of yourself to each other. That's the only way I can explain it. I started making birch bark baskets years ago after watching my father make them. I also make top hats and baseball hats. I make birch bark masks. I make birch bark earrings, and those seem to be the hottest seller there. They sell as fast as I can make them. And all these projects have led me to my newest creations, my most stunning pieces, my framed birch bark wall hangings. A lot of people think they're paintings at first look, but what they actually are is birch bark etchings. Now, I just don't use any birch bark. When harvested at a certain time of year, at a certain temperature, the inner bark retains a thin layer that allows you to etch designs onto the bark itself. Now, this is an ancient art form, a dying art form that a handful of people, Anishinaabe people, are keeping alive. And I tend to draw my inspiration from my dreams and traditional stories and knowledge passed down through the generations.
How long have you been creating your amazing art?
Now, as to how long have I been in the art business? I would have to say all my life. I come from a family of artists, a family of sculptors, painters, world-class beaters. So I've always been exposed to the art world and the gallery world. I couldn't tell you how many times as a kid I messed up art sales for my dad running around these galleries and museums. I've won some local art expos and received artist grants in the past as well. I'm not too much into bragging about awards.
Are there any artists you look up to?
I would have to say my biggest influence would be my father, Jeff Savage. He's an award-winning sculptor and pipe maker and basket maker as well. He's won awards from numerous high-end art markets from the Southwest, Midwest. We've even had to travel to Europe, meet clients, and deliver art. So I just grew up watching him hone his craft and develop his techniques that perfected his art, and it just resonated with me. And I was lucky enough to find an art form I could do well. So I just ran with it, and it's continually evolving the longer I work with it. And I also draw great influence from nature itself, especially floral patterns. The woodland Ojibwe tribes use floral patterns on so much of their arts and crafts and just everyday life items. Now, if you're trying to get into the art business, some of the advice I could give you is just stay true to yourself and your art process and persevere. It's not easy. You know, some projects you think are cut and dry, but that may prove otherwise. And some more advice is just learn how to identify potential buyers. What I mean is, everyone wants to be an art connoisseur until it comes time to actually buy some fine art. It's not for everybody. And just watch for those who want to make money off your hard work and dedication. I believe one of the greatest challenges as an artist is finding your niche market, finding your returning customers for your products. Another challenge is figuring out what the customers want. Maybe you create imagery associated with a certain geographic location that holds special interest to a community. The challenge with custom orders is maybe the customer wants to change something in mid-order. This recently happened to me. You just kind of got to take it in stride. It's a very self-fulfilling experience. It gives you a sense of accomplishment, from harvesting the raw material off the tree to a finished piece hanging on someone's wall. Also the teaching aspect of it, being able to convey to the youth, the stories of your culture and history through art. And if you have a good support system at home and a family that knows the value of what you do, it's very rewarding. They'll help you along the way so much. Now, one of the main challenges during this pandemic for artists, for me, is just getting out there and getting the exposure needed to sell some art. All the art markets were closed due to COVID-19. All the pop-up holiday markets were closed, shut down last year. So it was hard to get out there and make sales, but it left you with some time to make some good inventory. So it was a double-edged sword there.
Where can we find you and your art?
If you'd like to see more and see my art in progress, I suggest you check out the TV show Making It Up North. You can find it on PBS Duluth. They featured me on an episode last winter. You can also find me on Facebook at Philip Savage. I do private showings if customers prefer. My email is pjsavage12@gmail.com. Just shoot me a line if you got any questions. And some final words of encouragement I can offer to those looking to become artists, or to those already established artists, is just keep finding the beautiful in the world and create out of your comfort zone. You will be surprised. Once again, I want to say thank you for listening. This has been Artist Profiles with KBFT Boys Fort Tribal Radio. Thank you, miigwech.
Thank you for listening to Minnesota Artist Profiles, brought to you by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. You're listening to KBFT's Virtual Music Fest, a live virtual music series brought to you by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Welcome, Callie.
Yes, it's an honor to be here with everyone. And Ya'at to all of the followers out there. Ya'at from Navajo Nation, Grand Canyon State of beautiful Arizona. So thank you so much for having me, Chaz. It's an honor.
Yeah, Buju and Yate. I learned a new word today.
Yeah.
We're here.
I keep working on that.
Yeah, the first time I saw you was actually back in 2019 at the Native American Music Awards, where you actually performed that year, and it was pretty awesome. So I've always had you in the back of my mind, and I always wanted to bring you up to this area. And through this virtual thing, I figured it'd be the best time to do that. So how did your music career begin?
First of all, before I start, to formally introduce myself in Navajo, I do have to do that as a formal greeting, if that's okay. So Ya'at Eshe'eya Tachini Nishla Ashinha Bashichinkia Ani Dashache Bipatwani Dashanella and Callie Bennett Dashajinna. So what I just said was, I am Red Running into Water clan, born for the Salt People clan. My maternal grandfather's clan is the Towering House clan, and my paternal grandfather's clan is the Deerwater clan, and people call me Callie Bennett. So that's a great question, Chaz. Thank you for asking me, and I'm so glad. I'm sorry we never got to meet at the Native American Music Awards, and I had no idea you guys were there. But thank you for inviting me. Still, after it's been a couple years, so hopefully we'll see you guys again in New York. But it started when I was very, very young. When my mother, as a baby, she heard me sing, and she actually took me to like a child's play, to a high school play, and she said that the strange thing was before I could even speak words, I was humming along with the singing of that play. And she said the weirdest thing, and she goes, I knew you were meant for music was because you were on key the whole time, which is a challenge sometimes. And so at a young age, my mother actually put me into piano lessons. She got me into vocal lessons, guitar lessons at different ages. And that's really where it started.
Wow, that's amazing. And thank you for introducing yourself in your language. It was really, really nice, really beautiful language. And I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, music has always been a huge part of my life growing up. There was a time, though, when I was probably getting ready when I was planning on, do I go into music? Do I go into get involved with my parents' ministry, church, things like that, college, that I actually, had to think about it. Do I take music seriously? And I remember people asking me at a young age, around 17 years old, when I used to sing with a church I went to as a background vocalist, and I did harmony. I did a lot of things. And someone asked me one day and they go, are you going to continue singing? Is this something that you're going to continue doing with your life? And I really took the summer off to really think about that. And it was, it was one of those major life decisions. And to me, in my heart, I always wanted to be involved in music. However, I wasn't sure if it was going to be a career or if it was going to be something that I, made albums, although those were dreams. And so, but here we are today, and I ultimately did make that decision to continue with it.
Starting, you have 3 albums out.
So there's 3 albums. Let's see, the first album was my first gospel album. And then the second album was more of my mainstream, more on a broader scale album. And that was the Awake, Arise, Shine. And then the third album, I was actually a featured artist with my father's narrative album. And that is the anthology, the My Anthology with my father. And I just recently released my second gospel. It's actually it's my third personal album, but it's my very first Navajo gospel hymnal album. And it is predominantly in the language of our Navajo Diné language, which is very challenging to sing and to speak, which, I'm still I'm continuously learning from my father, from my uncles. Thankfully, I have wonderful, wonderful family members that are willing to help me with new words and different things. So yeah, so just recently on Easter, it was released. So excited.
Well, congratulations on your release. We're starting to play your stuff here on our radio station, KBFT.
Thank you so much, and really appreciate that you're playing the music.
Thank you for listening to KBFT's Virtual Music Fest, brought to you by KBFT and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. Welcome to Boys Fort 90, Boys Fort history in 90 seconds. The Lake Vermilion boarding school on the Boys Fort Reservation started in the late 1890s. The school started as a missionary school for the church, but soon became a tool to erase Native culture and identity. Many Native American children were taken from their families to be assimilated into European culture and never heard from again. Parents who resisted sending their children off were severely punished. Schools were, quote, a way to conquer the Indians. The boarding school era in America started in the late 1870s with the first school opened in Carlisle, Pennsylvania. Approximately 100 schools were open on and off Indian reservations across America and were funded by the government. Lake Vermilion was the primary boarding school in the Northland. In 1934, the boarding school era ended with the Indian Organization Act, which began the process of shutting down the schools. Lake Vermilion was one of the last boarding schools shut down and lingered on into the 1950s. Today, many of our elders were affected from this boarding school that was on our reservation. Boys Fort 90 is produced by KBFT Radio and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. You are listening to KBFT's Boys Fort Veterans Series, a special Veterans Day series featuring stories from the Anishinaabe men and women of the Boys Fort Reservation who served in the United States military.
Ajawe Gamakuk, Indigenous. My name is Diana Goodsky. I am a United States naval veteran. I served in the Navy from 1980 to 1995. I retired as a Navy Chief Petty Officer, which is the rank of E7. And I am a Boys Fort band member, proudly from Nett Lake. I was selected for Navy Chief in 1991 after serving 11 years. It turns out, I didn't find out till much later, but I am the very first Native American female to make chief in the whole United States Navy. I'm very proud of that, because making chief is a big deal in and of itself. That's a significant career milestone. That's the rank of E7. The highest you can go is E9. So that's significant by itself. But to be the first Native American female chief is even more special to me for this reason. I truly believe that we have the capabilities to serve in the Navy and any military establishment. As natives, we have natural leadership qualities. We just have so many good qualities that fit in the military. And the military has really good lessons for us to learn and help us be well-rounded and all of that. My dad was in the Navy. He was one of the first to stay beyond his original enlistment. So he'd been in 10 years or something. He first served in Vietnam, and then, we went to first Virginia and then Great Lakes. But while we were in Great Lakes, I'm 12 years old, and we did our payday shopping. So we went to the Navy Exchange, and we did our thing, and we were in the car. And as we were getting in the car, just when I was getting in the back seat, I saw this woman. And it was the first time I ever saw a military woman wearing a uniform. And oh my gosh, did she impress me. She had whites on. I think actually they were probably blues, but I couldn't tell. And by the time I joined, we only had whites, but it was very light colored anyway. Not like my dad's CB uniform, very different. And it was a skirt, and I could tell it was a woman. And just the way she carried herself and the way she presented herself, even though she was kind of far off, I could tell that she walked tall, she walked proud, and she looked sharp as all get out. I just knew that, all of that, in her dress and in her mannerism and the way she walked. And I said, that's what I want to be when I grow up. And the reason I love that story is, so I was 12, that's when I knew I wanted to join the Navy. I would love to meet that woman. She has no idea what she did for me. The lesson I want everybody to learn from that, or I hope, is that you don't ever know who's out there watching you, and she didn't say one word to me, but yet she changed my life. So that's powerful. So I always say be very mindful of who could be seeing you and watching you, because you are making an impression, whether you know it or not. But that's why I joined the Navy. I had my dad as the role model. My grandpa was in the Army my grandpa Melvin was in the Army during World War II. Long legacy of military in the family. And but I saw that woman, first woman ever, and I was 12 years old. So I went on the USNS Indomitable, and that was out of Hawaii. And we went to the Sea of Japan, and there was the most exciting thing that ever happened over there was there was a Russian trawler that came upon us pretty quick. And Russian trawlers are notorious. They're spy ships. They pretend to be fishing boats, but they're spy ships. So it came upon us very quickly, and the captain of the Indomitable got really mad that they would do that, and then it started following us, and it kept its distance a little bit. But it was fascinating because you knew what they were doing. You knew that they were trying to do all their data collection and try to figure out what we were doing. And we were in the Sea of Japan, but it was international waters where nobody was breaking any rules. And so on the day 2, because the first day when the trawler came towards us, he came fast and he turned away pretty quickly. And then he started following us. But then on day 2, he went out and he came back and it looked like he was going to charge us again. The captain got really mad, and he got on the radio. There was a task force group nearby, which had an aircraft carrier, and so he asked for support. He asked for this task force to do a show of support for us and a show of force for us. And so next thing we know, there's 2 F-18s doing flyovers very close to that Russian trawler. And so we're on the back of this ship going, oh my gosh, it just made you feel so proud to be part of the United States Navy, because, here's these F-14s that are coming in and they're going, shoo, and then sure enough, They scared the Russian trawler away. We're like, bye. So Veterans Day is a day to honor those who have served, those who have chosen to be in service, but more importantly, those who know that they could and would sacrifice their own life for that of others. To the fellow veterans, I want to thank you very much for paving the way and for showing me and everyone else what it's like to join. So because they served ahead of us, they paved the way, and I'm in deep gratitude for that and for their sacrifice.
Thank you for listening to Boys Fort Veteran Series, brought to you by KBFT 89.9 FM and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.
Welcome to Native Fest, celebrating the arts, food, and writing of Minnesota's first people.
Bonjour. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for coming tonight. Tonight we've got a very special guest, Dr. Anton Troyer. He's professor of Ojibwe over at Bemidji State University. He's also a very accomplished author and authority on all kinds of things, Ojibwe, language, culture. Again, thanks so much for coming out. This is being put on by KBFT. Please welcome Anton Troyer.
Miigwech. So a lot of things make up identity. Human beings are really complicated, and different people will talk about different things that matter more to them. But all of these things impact it. Like race matters, but it's not the only thing that matters. My father's actually not Native. But if I started saying, yeah, for white guys like me, it's really hard, someone's go, huh? Because I can't really get around the way that I look in the mirror. So race matters for how we get othered, how we see ourselves. So what's on the inside is going to matter more. Place matters too. I don't know how many of you have been up to Panema on the Red Lake Reservation. That's where Tom Stilday's from. You can tell you're in a different place because, among other things, people bury their dead in the front yard. There are all these spirit houses where everybody's relatives are buried. So you can't really mow your grass. But when you step out the door to your house, there's mom, dad, grandma, grandpa, generation upon generation, and older than America. Boy, that does something. Place does matter. And especially in Indian country, or for some of our other enclaves, Amish or something like that, place matters really a lot. Language matters. Language really does make a difference. And embedded in language is a totally different way of looking at the world. And we're going to take a look at a couple examples of that just to help bring that home. Customs matter, like not just a ceremony you go to once a year, but the everyday things. Economy, and that doesn't just mean money, but like how do we get our food? Is it from the lake, or is it from the grocery store, or whatever? That's part of who we are too. But also politics, like one of the things that's distinct about Native people is we have these distinct governments, and we've maintained those over time. It's another part of our identity. But if you think about it, all of these things, these are some of the major markers of identity. They're all being challenged. We're on a path in this country where everybody's multiracial. As that happens, there are good and bad things that happen from that. But it does provide a challenge to the way that we identify ourselves today. Place, too. Some people move away. They go to the cities. They look for a job. And then they're back on the weekends. But that's just not the same. It's happening here, too. You know, Boys Fort's pretty rural. People got to hunt for jobs outside of the tribal program jobs. And it's not always easy for everybody. Language, too. Not everybody's a speaker. In fact, a place like Boys Fort, you can count them up on fingers and toes. That's not healthy, where the language is 100 years from now. Treaty 3's in language crisis. Lac La Croix is kind of a special pocket of strength, but even there, as soon as they built the road and put in satellite dishes, the kids start watching SpongeBob in English, and next thing you know, they start talking to each other in English. Customs, too. Let's just face it, most of us buy our groceries in the grocery store. We're not really getting it from the lakes. Most of us are operating integrated into the mainstream world, not in a distinct Native enclave where we're only doing Native things. The schools where our kids are being educated are run in the English language. They're dominated by English culture, and they're taught primarily by non-native people. So that is, aside from the hand that rocks the cradle, the most important thing in kind of shaping the next generation, the way people are going to think, speak, and act, and so forth. And our political systems too, although distinct and still here, think about it, like most of the programs and most of the jobs are funded through government grant programs where non-native people write the rules and make all the decisions about who's going to get the money and who's not. That's really different from a nation that keeps its own army, that has a Secretary of State for dealing with the other nations. That's different from having a reservation business committee and applying for grants from Uncle Sam. So yes, we have sovereignty, but we've diminished it in some ways, externally, through no fault of our own. But internally, we sometimes enable that because we spend all our energy squabbling for the scraps from Uncle Sam's table instead of really thinking about how differently can we make this. All those markers of identity put us in a bit of crisis. Change can be really healthy. It can be good. And let's face it, some of the problems we have around here, dang, we need things to change. But change can be good or bad. Nations rise and nations decline. Communities strengthen and communities weaken. And we need to think about what directions do we want to go and then how do we script a path to get there. We cannot afford to be just passive observers of what happens because so far that has not worked out very well.
Native Fest is a production of the Net Lake Radio Project, made possible by a grant from the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund and the citizens of Minnesota. Online at kbft.org.
You're listening to the series about family history, sharing the legacy of Boys Fort band members past and present. This segment features Deshaun Goodsky talking about families he knew at Boys Fort and Net Lake.
See, the Indians used to come down, the river, come right around Grand Portage. There was no other river to take. So that's how the Indians used to come along. They used to fish that creek in Barrett River. They come down the Boundary Waters Canoe area. And they come up to that mountain. They all come down that. It was a snow river. But and this all named them, like they come down all the way to Lake Vermilion. Mm-hmm. They come down the Snowbank River, you know. Harry Bones used to be one of the most traditional drum keepers in his reservation. They'd invite him to go to Red Lake, they'd invite him to go to Sioux Country, to go to Powell. And Robert Strong, Harry Bones, all the Strongs used to be traditional. Rita Smith, her dad, her and her mom. Yeah, they used to have all them drums coming from Stanjigoming. They used to have them drums coming from Fort Francis because they used to be river people. They come down the river. They don't even come no more. They used to have a feast on a Wednesday. They used to, all the people from Red Lake, from Cass Lake, from Panema, they used to come down here and smoke their cigarettes. And they'd sit around and they'd tell stories all evening. Right in back here of, what's his name? Gary Donald. Over in the back of that, rice plant. There used to be a little village in there. That's where Gary Donald was born and raised. Old man Goodsky lived across the field over there. He had a farm back there. It used to be plains. There used to be an Indian village going down that river. You can see it, it's still visible because right from Shooties, all them ashes are, the birch are built, are slanted like that where people used to tromp over them. See, there was no road here. There was no road here in Net Lake, to Net Lake. He used to, my grandpa, Charlie Johnson, was another old traditional man, beautiful. He used to have horses. He'd keep them all dressed up. When somebody would get stuck, he'd just go hook them up and pull them out all across that swamp and finish the trip coming back from the big field back over there where all the trucks are. That used to be good though. It was cool to watch.
The Family History Series is brought to you by the Net Lake Radio Project and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage. This is Native Fashion, a KBFT series about the tradition of regalia making and the people who do it.
Bonjour, I'm Michelle Reed from Lac-du-Flambeau, Wisconsin, and I live in Upper Michigan. Started sewing and beading when I was about 7, and then about maybe 15 years ago I started doing more like machine sewing, and from there I learned a lot about applique, about pattern making, and different outfit stuff.
Who taught you how to do regalia?
My mom taught us how to sew and bead, and then my younger sister Summer actually taught me how to make applique and dance outfits with, all on the sewing machine.
You were an instructor here for the Net Lake regalia making classes. Can you just tell us what projects you helped with?
Tonight we actually did a basic applique class and everybody made their own medallions. In the last couple of days we also did pattern making for moccasins, leggings. We did a couple of jingle dress patterns.
How many years have you been instructing?
I've been instructing for about 35 years. When we were growing up, our mom did a lot of classes, all different types of stuff. So all 4 of us kids would go and help her teach the classes. So that's how I learned. And she still does some classes. And one of my sisters does college level outfit making classes. And then my other sister does women's groups where she teaches. So all of us do that type of work. I'd say my favorite thing about teaching is just like what I love about outfit making is actually seeing when the product is done. The excitement of, the people who are making the items, and then when they actually see the finished product and realize how easy it really is to do that, they actually were able to make something. Yeah, that's probably the most exciting thing for me.
How many outfits do you figure you've made?
I could not even say. Honestly, I have no idea. Definitely hundreds, but I couldn't tell you how many.
Now, your outfit is just amazing. Like, it's like beautiful, like beyond words. Can you talk a little bit about your outfit?
I have many outfits. I have about 15 outfits, but I'd say my favorite beadwork is definitely my floral contemporary beadwork. And my sister, who taught me how to sew, is the one who started that original design. She drew and painted the florals for me and gave me that set for Christmas. And then I took it from there and started beading those florals. I decided to go with like a faded fire colored background because most beadwork is, has a simple single color background, and that's what my other sets are. But for this one, I just wanted to do something totally different, totally, contemporary, stand out, and that's what I came up with. So right now, I'm actually in the process of having a friend of mine bead a matching one for my daughter.
Yeah, you're very busy doing regalia. And what else do you do?
I also do native dance fitness, which is a way to get in shape and also learn like powwow dances, learn the stops. A lot of people say that there's no other way to build your endurance for powwow dancing besides powwow dancing, and I really believe that's true. A lot of people, they run, they lift, they do a lot of other things, but until you dance those song after song and practice that way, you won't know how good your endurance is. And of course, kids especially, they really need that. Whether they're dancers or not, they really need a fun way to get in shape and something, that they're excited about doing. Something else I do is my dance troupe, which is Woodland Sky. We include powwow stories, and also, some storytelling through the different dances that we do.
And you also do shows with Brûlé.
Oh, yes, I also dance with Brûlé, which is definitely an amazing thing that I started doing a couple of years ago. Brûlé is very well known for their music. It's not powwow music, but it definitely has an amazing story behind it. So when I dance with them, I definitely love the way it speaks to all people, not just Native people. So it's been an opportunity to travel and I think bring our culture to many people. The biggest advice I can give to people who want to do this full time is to take a business class, learn about business, because art is an amazing way to pay the bills, but you have to know how to make the money, not just make the product. So that's definitely my advice for upcoming outfit makers.
Thanks for coming up here and sharing your knowledge with the community. Miigwech.
Miigwech. It's been an honor.
Native Fashion is produced by the Nett Lake Radio Project and the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund.